You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers. Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're gonna bid so.
Pop stars with auto tune. And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Me out to the ball game. Get caught up with the big stories from around the world of sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, as Wake Up Y'all is ending. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
CBS CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio. You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers. Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
So how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agalini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take me out to the ball game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, as Wake Up Y'all is ending. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio. You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers. Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit sold.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, as Wake Up Y'all is ending. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio. You're listening.
SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika, and Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, Alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17, Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with your best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Favre punts, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes!
Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown, and there's number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh, please.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field, marring what would have been the 200th victories for Bobby Bowden. And look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ, how's vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. If I'm audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Giant! Omaha! Time out!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to
pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. And see, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are gonna melt and we're all gonna flood. No, we're not. We're not all gonna flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye. Here's a canoe. Get to safety.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
My wife quit sugar in January because she ate cookies like a monster all through December. And on January 1st came marching into the kitchen. That's it. I'm never eating sugar. And on January 1st came marching into the kitchen. That's it. I'm never eating sugar again. Yes, you are. And you're going to eat more than you ever ate before. And not because you're weak, but because you're a human being. And you get sad sometimes. And to stop yourself from slitting your own throat, eat a cookie once in a while.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second, I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding, no touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown, okay? I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call...
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Top, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! How about? Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormons. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika, and Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17, Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
I have friends in my life that don't eat bread anymore. They don't eat bread. They don't eat bread. They're going to lose 3.5 pounds. No one's ever going to know. And they don't eat bread. Why are you even here? Could you imagine no toast in the morning with butter for the rest of your life? Kill yourself. Make some room for people who know how to live.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Favre punts, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes!
Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper! Duper has returned, and he is super!
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away. Throws it up in the air, says a prayer, and Janis does he stop it? Oh, please!
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. I want to thank God. I'm going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I'll say the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but 1 inning more to play. And then, when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves country. I'm Mac McGee. Are you ready for Game 4 of the World Series? Braves lead it 2-1 in a nail-biter last night. "2-0" was your score in case you missed it. And Atlanta now leading it 2-1. We got a lot to get into as we get you ready for game number 4. Atlanta trying to take a commanding 3-1 games lead in the series. Of course, this is the best of 7. 2 steps away from a world championship. If they can win tonight, it goes a long way to winning the whole kit and caboodle. So let's go ahead and get into what the game plan is going to be. Now, real quick, last night, I do want to just kind of gloss over it real quick. Don't want to spend a lot of time on it. But a lot of folks were up in arms after the game. I thought it was odd at the time. If you listen to the broadcast, I thought it was odd that they brought the bullpen in after the 5th inning. Ian Anderson had only thrown, a little over 75 pitches, I believe. And he may have only been at 70. I don't have it in front of me. I can't remember. But it wasn't a high pitch number. And he was through 5 innings. I think what the philosophy was there, just looking back on the whole thing, is if you end up with a game where they got a no-hitter going and they've got a substantial lead, I'm talking it's 3-0, 4-0, even 5-0, I think he has an opportunity to stay in to see how long he can go. But this isn't a game in mid-May that you're just trying to get some novelty type of statistic, a no-hitter. This is a game in which you're trying to get closer to the World Championship, and with all that being said, I really feel like what they did, and you can look at it from both sides, but what they did was they were, I think, in the belief that Ian was starting to wear down. There's also the back layer of, if this does go 7 games, they wanted to make sure that he was well rested. And they had a fresh bullpen, and they were trying to get the W. Look, it worked. They got the W. The question is going to be, will they regret it down the road? Because if you're going into a bullpen game tonight, and the question is, could he have gone a little longer, saved a little bit of the bullpen, and to be able to do a true dump-out bullpen game tonight? And we'll get into the starting pitching here in a second. But that's the question at hand. And I think that's what everybody's asking, what they were up in arms about. Honestly, the way I look at it, we got the win, let's move on. You can worry about tomorrow, the next day, all you want, but when it's all said and done, you got the win, and now Houston has to beat you 3 times before you win 1. So they've got to beat you 3 of the next 4 games. And that's how you have to look at it. So I didn't hate the decision after I had a chance to think about it. I didn't like it at the time because I did think he could go another inning. And if you go another inning, the biggest thing is you would have saved Minter. And Minter's a guy that can go 2-3 innings. Because if you win tonight, it is an enormous advantage to go up 3-1 with game number 5 at home, by the way. A chance to close out. And even if you don't win, all you have to do is figure out a way to win 1 game of the next 3. So that's the only thing that's the drawback. And so now let's go ahead and dive into what this is going to be. So Atlanta wins a slow game. It was a slow game as far as time-wise, considering there's only 2 runs scored. The game still went well over 3.5 hours. I do think that's something the competition committee is going to address down the road. But it's the mound visits is really what slows it down. I think when they went to the rule of having to face 3 batters, I think that was a step in the right direction. I know a lot of the purists hated it, but I understood it. You get tired of watching, and I was really sick and tired of watching. It was especially bad in the American League, but I was sick and tired of watching games in the playoffs where one guy faced one guy. And it went on and on and on and on. And you would see, especially as you get later in these series, you would see 12 or 13 pitchers on each side. So I understood that rule change, but they're still going to have to address something when it comes to all these mound visits. They made it 6. I remember at the time when they mentioned it, because going and making a pitching change is not considered a mound visit. Mound visit is just when either the coach or the player, so whether it's the catcher or whoever, goes to the mound and there's a stop and play. I think 6 is too much, and I think they'll address this down the road, whether it's this year or not. They've got a lot on their plate with the CBA renewal. It is sounding like more and more that the CBA will get done sometime in December, so that is a positive. Baseball's coming off of a really great year. They're most watched in all of baseball history as far as minutes being streamed, eyeballs on the TV, et cetera, not percentage of population, but as the population has grown, baseball, this is the all-time year so far. They've taken advantage of what basketball ran fans off from last year. They took advantage of it, and the only way that I think baseball could lose the fans that they've gained is to have some kind of labor stoppage. So it's sounding more and more like they're going to be on the same page and at least get something worked out. And so that's good news. I read an article on that a couple of days ago, and you look forward to that. You look forward to you care more about in the offseason finding out who your favorite team is signing and not signing and trading than the labor strife. So that is all positive news. Just a programming note, we will continue to do Braves Country today here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel throughout the entire offseason. So you're going to get about a daily dose of Atlanta Braves. I haven't come up with the schedule yet, but it will definitely be more than once a week. So we look forward to that and bringing that to you. And starting next year, we will be bringing the broadcast to you very regularly. We have full-time jobs, so it's kind of hard to squeeze it in every day, but I am going to make the commitment. I can tell you this right now, Friday nights is definitely going to be a night that we're going to do a game, and we're going to try to do 2 to 3 a week, and we'll just lay out the schedule and kind of go from there. Okay, let's go ahead and get into tonight's lineup. Starting pitching-wise, on the Atlanta Braves side, they went with Dylan Lee. And I know everyone's like, whoa, what? Dylan Lee? You haven't heard the news. Yep, it's Dylan Lee. 2 2/3 innings in the playoffs, 1 earned run and 2 strikeouts. So he's been okay, but it hasn't been great. Now, he made an appearance against the Astros, did not give up a run. He was 5-1 with an ERA of 1.54 in 46 innings in the minors this year. So you like that. The one drawback that you can say, he had 2 appearances. They were both at the end of the season, that final weekend against the Mets when the game was, or the division was already won. So you got to take that kind of into account. But it was against Major League competition, and he gave up 2 earned runs in 2 innings, 3 strikeouts in 2 different appearances. That was back on October 1st and October 2nd. So that's how they'll start the game off. He's a lefty. I don't like calling people a crafty lefty because it implies that they don't have good stuff. He's got pretty good stuff, but he's a guy. He's an older quote unquote rookie coming out of the pen. He's 26, 27 years old. He's either 27 or about to be 27. And he's a guy that has been through the wars, so to speak, as far as in the minors and whatnot. It's kind of bounced around. But as far as this year, because I think you have to set everything aside from what he's done his entire career and look at this year. those were the numbers. Everyone's up in arms about this. I wouldn't be. I think they're going to go 1, maybe 2 innings with Dylan Lee. If they can get 2 innings of no run ball out of Dylan Lee, they'll be doing back springs. Now, Houston's going to be doing a bullpen game as well. And they're going to the veteran Zach Greinke. Now, Zach Greinke's a totally different card. He's been in the playoffs. He's never really shown up well in the playoffs, but he's been in the playoffs. And he's obviously been in the league for years. He is a guy who's been through the wars with the Dodgers. Yeah, he's been in the playoffs with the Astros, obviously. Greinke's been around. Was a phenomenal pitcher in his heyday, and he's going to see if he can turn back the clock, essentially. Nowadays, Greinke always reminded me in his heyday of a Greg Maddux. He was the closest thing I think the National League had to Greg Maddux post-Maddux retirement. But that was in his heyday. He was averaging right around very low 90s, but around 92 on the fastball, and he could get you on the junk pitch. He even has an ephus pitch. You might even see that tonight. I don't know if we'll see it, but you might see an ephus pitch in the World Series, which is, I don't know if that's ever happened. If it has, I don't think it's been since long before the age of television, essentially. But that ephus pitch, if you're not familiar with what that is, I mean, the thing goes about 50 miles an hour. Think of a knuckle curve with no knuckle. It's more of a balloon pitch that is, it's thrown overhanded, but it has the trajectory of a granny shot in basketball, where it just kind of goes up. In basketball, where it just kind of goes up and down. And what you're trying to do is catch the batter off guard, and he's just going to take it, and you're hoping that thing hits the strike zone for basically a basket catch strike. Now, this isn't something he's going to go to regularly. He may not even throw it tonight, but he does have that as an arsenal. Greinke's kind of a wild card. He's a weird guy. He's done things like called the pitch before he's thrown it. So he's a weird guy. One of these guys, one of these cerebral guys, and also one of these guys that may be too smart for his own good kind of thing. So we'll see how he goes tonight. I'm thinking they're going to try to get 2, maybe 3 innings out of him. They're not in the same situation Atlanta is in, though. Atlanta's pretty much going to be going to a bullpen game tomorrow night. Now, I think tomorrow night you're either going to get Kyle Wright or Tucker Davidson, and we'll get into them here in a second. But that is not going to be the game plan for the Astros. The Astros have Framber Valdez to put back out there. Yeah, he had a bad outing in Game 1, but he had a bad outing the first time out against the Red Sox and then looked phenomenal the second time out. So Valdez, much like Garcia last night, you don't know what you're going to get from him, and if you get the better of the Valdez, he's a difficult customer. So I think it's imperative for Atlanta to go all in and try to win this game tonight, because unless he goes on short rest, and though he's clamored for it, I don't think they're going to let him do it. As of right now, Max Fried is set to go Game 6 if necessary, and Ian Anderson Game 7 if necessary. And if they can get up 3-1, the thought process might be at that point, I'll take my chances. I'll take my chances if I'm up 3-1 that we can try to bullpen this game, and then we can try to figure out Game 6 and 7. Some folks have asked me what I would do in that situation. If Atlanta can find a win to win Game 4 tonight, because he has not had the opportunity to pitch in front of the home crowd, and I think it would be a great asset to it. I think a lot of this stuff that Max Fried has gone through his nerves. I would go ahead and run him out on short rest, give him less time to get in his head, because when you go on this normal rest, he's actually going to get an extra day. And all the extra time to build up, and I would honestly, if we get up 3-1, I would want to try to cut the head off the snake. go for the kill shot. And then if you don't get it, go for a full-blown bullpen game in Game 6 with you've got Ian Anderson sitting there waiting in Game 7, who has pitched phenomenally in his entire career and, of course, had a great game again last night. That's how I would approach it, but they're obviously not going to ask us about it, right? So it'll be interesting to see how they go about this win, lose, or draw tonight as far as what's going to be the game plan. But Dylan Lee goes tonight for Atlanta. Greinke goes tonight for the Astros. And when you look at what could be coming next out of the bullpen, the Braves can go a couple of different ways. And it'll be very indicative of what their game plan will be for tomorrow night. The third guy and the fourth guy that I did not mention that could be the openers for tomorrow night could very well be A.J. Minter. So they may hold him, they may save him until tomorrow night. And it could be Jesse Chavez. So same situation. If you go to either one of them for multiple innings tonight, you're essentially shutting them down until Game 6, if necessary. The other options they have tonight, I just don't know if Snicker and the powers that be, everyone in the front office and all their stat geeks are going to be willing to go rookie, essentially. But you could go Kyle Wright and put the hard-throwing right-hander right behind Lee. Now, what does Kyle Wright look like this year? We know how bad he looked when he was in the majors. Remember, he threw 6 2/3 innings this year earlier in the season, gave up 7 earned runs, 9.95 ERA. And this year in the playoffs, he's had the one outing. It was a 1 inning, struck out the side in Houston. So that gives you pause and say, hey, you never know. In the minors, when they sent Kyle Wright back to the minors, and we never heard from him again, he went 10-5 with a 3.02 ERA. So I went back and did a deep dive on his game log and the different games that he pitched. And you saw a lot of what you see from Kyle Wright in the majors throughout his career. Up, down, up, down. Games where he goes out and pitches phenomenally. Games where he goes out and you're like, oh my word. And that's been his issue his entire career, is keeping the consistency. There's a lot of those crooked numbers hanging in his game log. But the one thing that jumps out at me to end the season, and when you add in the 1 inning that he pitched against Houston, to end the season, you're kind of hopeful that he might have turned a corner. Kyle Wright to end the season, 22 innings pitched. Now, this was in 3 starts. This was not coming out of the pen. 22 innings pitched, 0 earned runs, 19 strikeouts, and only 8 hits allowed. Granted, that's in the minors, but it was at the highest level at AAA. He was in Gwinnett the whole time. So he's facing guys that either have major league experience or guys that are on their way to the majors. That's pretty darn impressive. 22 innings of no earned runs, and then you add on the playoff game. So he's gone 23 innings without giving up an earned run. I think it's worth a shot to throw him out there, assuming, and I'm not putting him in a high leverage situation. I'm not putting him in the 8th inning when bases are loaded in that like Tyler Matzik Dodger situation that we saw. I'm not going crazy over here. What I'm saying is Dylan Lee piggybacking off of, or Kyle Wright piggybacking off of Dylan Lee. I kind of like it because you get the righty-lefty. Now, the thing is, you're not really going to turn bats around with Houston. We'll get into the Houston batting order here in just a second, but Houston's batting order stayed the same, and they go right, left, all the way down. The other option you would have is we go to the lefty Tucker Davidson. Now, what did his minor league look like this year? So he had, for Atlanta, a 3.60 ERA in 20 innings pitched, 18 strikeouts, 1.15 whip. And then remember, he got injured, and we never really heard much about it from him for the rest of the season. He finally came back right before the season ended and had a 3-inning appearance just before the season ended. And 1 earned run, 5 Ks in 1 start. So that was right before the season ended. It was, I don't have the date in front of me, but it was really, really late in the year. There were 5 strikeouts, 3 innings pitched. So Tucker Davidson is another one that you look to and say, hey, you could throw him in there if you like what the lefty's doing against the bats of the Astros. You might want to stick with it. So those are essentially the options. The other way you could go, but I think you would see Minter much later in the game, is you could put Minter in for a few innings, but I think he's more of a guy that would bridge you from the 4th and 5th inning. If he's really rolling and the Braves have a lead, maybe even take him 6. If you know you can essentially end the entire, you're not ending the season, but you can put a death nail on the series if you go up 3-1. The Jesse Chavez is probably the most logical one, and it's the one that I believe they're going to end up doing. I believe Jesse Chavez is going to end up being the guy that they go to, just because he's the veteran and the veteran that they trust. But who knows? Because because Snickers kept it quiet as he should. If you don't see Jesse Chavez at some point tonight, then I think he's your Game 5 starter. If you see Chavez come in and give you a couple of innings, then we're probably looking at one of the young guys or Minter will give us the start. As far as the Astros, when they get past Greinke, and I think they're going to try to get 2 solid innings out of him, maybe even a 3rd one. But I think they're looking for 2 out of Greinke. The next guy that I think is probably up on their docket would be Christian Javier. Christian Javier was a starter at the beginning of the season, and then after that, you looked at Christian Javier's appearances, he typically went about 2 innings. He would go between inning and 2/3 to 2+. There's even a 3 and a 4 in there mixed around. But essentially, he's about a 2-inning guy. So if you get 2 innings out of Greinke, 2 innings out of Javier, then you might be onto something. And so that's what you're looking at with the pitching. As far as the batting goes, let's start with the Astros, because something very interesting with the Astros happened. And that is, okay, so they kept the lineup exactly the same. So they're going with bats first, and I do expect to see a much higher scoring game tonight. You're not going to have the rain out there. It's still cooler temperatures, but it's not that nasty, spitting rain that honestly just gives pitchers a better grip and made for a very difficult game. The 2 hits by Riley and the home run by the double down the line by Riley and the home run by Darno, those were huge. And when you realize how wet the conditions were and how difficult it was, you can't state that any bigger than that. They were huge. So I don't think we're going to get that low-scoring game tonight. I honestly think 5 or 6 runs. I think you're going to need to score 5 to 6 to get that W tonight. I don't know if scoring 2 or 3. So it's time for the Braves bats to wake up. We've seen this before in the past where they fall asleep and they haven't done well. They didn't do well in Game 2. They did enough to win in Game 3, so no one's really focusing on it. But Atlanta needs to get those bats going if they're going to win this series, because this bullpen has been phenomenal, but you can't keep expecting them to be perfect. Someone's going to go out there and Luke Jackson. Someone's going to go out there and give up a crooked number. It's going to happen. Now, you hope it doesn't happen and you get out of the season before you see it happen again. But you're asking an awful lot from a bullpen to just keep shutting guys down, putting up goose eggs. So tonight, when they go right, left, all the way down the line, real quick, I'll throw it at you, but it's the same as last night. If you watched last night's game or listened to it here on the show, it's Altuve, Brantley, Bregman, Alvarez, Correa, Tucker, and Gurriel. So that's all the way down the line, right, left. And Alvarez will be back out and left. Brantley in right. Tucker in center. Tucker made that great diving catch in center. He was never the guy that anyone was concerned about playing good defense. He's still out of position. He's not as good a defender at center field as they have on their bench. But he's solid. I would akin him to Duvall playing center field for us. Good center fielder, but not a guy you want playing center field for you for the next decade, right? Solid. That's not where the holes are. The biggest hole is in that left field. And Atlanta really didn't challenge Alvarez to make plays. That ball's eventually going to find Alvarez, and we'll see what he's got. He made a couple of very easy can of corn pop fly plays. Look, most major leaguers can make that play, make those plays. He did not get exposed, and the more balls that are hit towards him, you can get him exposed. Now, Greinke is a ground ball pitcher, but if he hangs his changeup, if he hangs his soft stuff, that's when Atlanta could attack. And then, of course, like I said, it's going to be a bullpen game, so you got to figure there's going to be some runs scored at some point. What is interesting about the batting lineup is that Dusty Baker put Greinke, the pitcher, in at the 8th spot, not the 9th spot. So the pitcher's going to hit 8th. The catcher, Maldonado, he's not a hitter. He's there strictly for defense. He's a very good defensive catcher. But he's fat, he's out of shape, he doesn't hit the ball well. And I know as I'm saying this, I'm jinxing him to just go 3 for 4 with 2 bombs, but he hasn't done it his whole career, so you got to play the odds if you're Dusty Baker. This is not a typical start for Zach Greinke. So putting him in the 8th spot, there's 2 things that come into play. That first of all, he's a pretty good bunter. That's number 1. But then also, most likely what's going through Dusty's mind is, if he's only planning on getting about 2 innings out of Greinke, then he's hedging his bet that they will get to Greinke's spot by the bottom of the second or the top of the second inning. And they don't want to wait an extra batter. Or if they don't get to him, they'll pinch hit for him in the top of the 3rd. And even, let's say, if they go 6 up, 6 down and start the 3rd inning, and if you did a traditional lineup and it's 8 up, 8 down, you get to the pitcher spot, it's kind of worthless to burn a pinch hitter there unless it's someone who can just go yard. But are you going to do that in the 3rd inning? So I think what the idea is, put him in a position where he's less likely to be coming to the plate as the last out of the inning and just killing any kind of shot they have of scoring. So obviously, if he gets to bat in the bottom of the 2nd, if they put runs up on the board, he might decide to roll with Greinke. But in all likelihood, he's going to go ahead and say, "Hey, good job. We got a chance to score here. I'm going to pinch hit for you." He didn't want Maldonado killing a rally. Is really what it comes down to. And so that's what their lineup's going to look like. Our lineup, there is a twist. So you got Rosario leading off like he did last night. Freddie Freeman is going to be batting in the 2nd hole like he has been, playing first. Ozzie Albies switch hitting and playing second base. So he'll be from the left-hand side to start it out, and then we'll just see how they do it. Austin Riley batting fourth once again in the cleanup spot. And then there's a change. And as opposed to Jorge Soler batting right-handed and in right field, they're benching Jorge and they're putting Jock Peterson in. Jock Peterson is going to bat behind Riley and play right field. Now, obviously, at some point in the game, they can easily pull Riley out. Pull Jock Peterson out and put Soler in. And you don't miss a beat. So they'll save Soler for that particular circumstance. So you like the way it's starting off. And another thing that has changed, because he's hit the ball so well here recently and giving you those professional at-bats like we talk about, Travis d'Arnaud is moving up to the 6th slot, dropping Adam Duvall down to 7. And I love that. Look, remember when last year when d'Arnaud was tearing the cover off the ball? He would hit as high as 5th, sometimes 4th. They would flip back and forth between him and Riley at 4th, because remember back then you had, there was a time where you had, it was Acuna, Freeman, Ozuna, and then a lot of times in that 4th slot they had d'Arnaud up there. And then as the year went on, they would go back and forth between Riley and d'Arnaud. But the point is, he was always hitting in the top 5. So I have no issue at all with d'Arnaud hitting 6th. He's a hot bat. He's hit 2 home runs here recently. And you get a guy who's hitting the ball well and seeing the ball well, you want to see him, you want him to see the ball, see more at bats, and see as many at bats as possible. So that'll put a cap on that. You'll have Duvall playing center and hitting in the 7th position, and then Swanson once again batting 8th. He just hasn't done much, but Swanson plays very good defense, and he's a guy that makes timely hits. He really does. He gets timely hits, and it really is amazing how he gets those timely hits. When just by the time you're ready to give up on Swanson, he'll rattle one off the wall and get a rally going. And then, of course, Dylan Lee will be batting 9th, but Dylan Lee will never see an at-bat tonight, in all likelihood, unless something crazy happens in the bottom of the 1st inning where Dylan Lee's pitching well and the Braves are scoring left and right. But in all likelihood, Dylan Lee's not going to see an at-bat. That's just the pitcher slot, and they'll start off with pinch hitting, and you'll have different ways to go. You typically see them go to Adrianza. They're going to wait to put Soler in for Jock Peterson in all likelihood. And then, of course, you've got some of the other usual suspects. Remember, a guy we haven't seen yet, Terrence Gore, he is strictly there for base running. So they haven't deployed him yet, but he's in there to come in and get on base for someone. Maybe it's a pinch hitter tonight. Maybe it's a Jock Peterson, and they pinch run with Gore, knowing that they're going to put Soler in for Peterson. And then, of course, you also have Heredia, but typically they like to save him for defense in the 9th inning out in center field. So there you have that. We'll go ahead and put a cap on this. I'll make another prediction tonight. Last night I said 5-3. I was right on the difference in the score. I was just wildly wrong on how many scores were won. So we did win by 2. Tonight I think it's going to be a higher scoring ball game. I still like the Braves to win. They're undefeated in Atlanta. And until we lose in Atlanta, I'm going to keep picking the Braves. So we're going to go for what will be now 7-0 if we can get the W tonight. Lucky 7. And I'll say it's a higher scoring game. I'll say the Braves win this thing 7-4. You're going to have some fireworks. You're going to have some fun. Get ready. Go Braves! Let's get ready for some Braves baseball. Let's go!
there's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
You're in Braves country.
You're listening live to Atlanta Braves baseball and your Atlanta Braves here on Braves Country YouTube broadcast. Game 4 of the 2021 World Series. I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing tonight's action as we are set for the broadcast tonight as the Atlanta Braves are set here to take a 2-1 series lead into action. And on the mound tonight is Dylan Lee. Dylan Lee is making his first major league start in the World Series. It's never happened before in the history of baseball. Has someone's very first start in the major leagues been a World Series game? The game is just a few minutes away from first pitch. The Astros will send veteran right-hander Zach Greinke to the mound. So crack you open a cold one. It's Braves, it's Astros. It's game 4 of the 2021 World Series. Welcome, boys and girls. I'm Mac McGee, and I'm ready to bring you tonight's action as the Atlanta Braves lead this series 2-1. Like I said, it will be Dylan Lee on the mound. The lefty is the scheduled opener for tonight's game. Now, Atlanta's not expecting Lee to go more than about an inning, maybe 2. And after that, it will be a full deployment of the bullpen. Sticker has not said who he is going to go after, who he's going to put in afterwards. And I'm sure it'll be by feel. We are thinking it's probably Jesse Chavez. Dylan Lee is making his major league debut, and the butterflies must be at work for him. They said that he was throwing in the bullpen this afternoon around 3:30, 4 o'clock. That is not normal for a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. Dylan Lee is a reliever by trait, and so he'll be starting this game, opening this game. And we've gone over the lineups in the open of the broadcast, but we'll do it again really quick. Altuve, Brantley, Bregman, Alvarez, Correa, Tucker, Gurriel, the pitcher Greinke in the 8th spot, and then Maldonado, the catcher, in the 9th spot. For Atlanta, when they come up in the bottom of the first, it will be Rosario, Freddie Freeman, Albies, Riley. Jock Tober is back in the lineup. Jock Peterson playing right field and batting 5th. Travis d'Arnaud, who has been hot, he comes up to the 6th spot. And Adam Duvall, 7th, and playing center field. Swanson is 8th, and then Lee is scheduled to bat 9th, but most likely will be pulled by then. They've got a packed house in Atlanta. The Battery is packed right outside Atlanta Stadium in Truist Park. Atlanta is absolutely rocking, and we are ready for game number 4. Atlanta leads the World Series 2-1. 2 more wins, and they are your world champions for the first time since 1995. It is raining in Atlanta, and the rain, we hope, will subside. It looks like it's starting to die down as they're about to do the first pitch. We'll be taking you the entire way here in game number 4. Dylan Lee, the lefty, he'll be starting tonight against Jose Altuve. Now, Dylan Lee has pitched 2 2/3 innings in these playoffs. He gave up an earned run to the Dodgers. That was in that blowout game 4 loss to LA. He has a 3.38 batting ERA in the postseason. Opponents are hitting 250 against him. In the regular season, he did pitch 2 innings, both in the final series against the New York Mets, gave up 1 earned run. So he has, 2 earned runs. So he has a 9 ERA in the major leagues this year, but a very small sample size. Snicker wanted to go with him and get it going. We'll see how this goes. With other teams, I would say it could be a ploy to have him pitch just a few batters and then go to someone else. But with the Astros, it doesn't make much of a difference if you go lefty or righty because they are even down the line. The Astros go lefty, righty all the way down the order till you get to the pitcher. So Eddie Rosario will be your left fielder, Duvall in center, Jock Peterson over in right. And in the infield, it's the usual suspects, Darnode, Riley, Swanson, Ozzie Albies, and Freddie Freeman around the horn. And we're getting set here for Braves baseball World Series game number 4. I hope y'all are ready. We will keep you abreast of all that's going on in the world of college football and the scoreboard and whatnot, but this takes center stage tonight as the Atlanta Braves, trying to shock the world and win the World Series, a team that was left for dead. Most didn't think that they should even make trades at the deadline in July. And they came storming back to catch the Mets, to catch the Phillies, and have been red hot in these playoffs. Now 6-0 at home, going for win number 7. And here we go. The first pitch to Altuve as he digs in. And here comes the first pitch from Lee. He fires it, and it is ripped to the left side. Dansby Swanson has it, fires it down to first, but the throw is offline, and they're going to call Altuve safe. The throw by Dansby Swanson was off his right foot, so he didn't get much on it. It was a backhanded throw that was deep in the hole, and the throw drew Freddie off the bag. Freddie was able to keep the ball in play and keep Altuve at first. That's going to bring up the left-handed bat of Michael Brantley. Michael Brantley's 5 for 13 in this series, 2 doubles. And he gets set here for the first pitch from Lee, and there's a fastball low, they'll call it, and it's 1-0. Dylan Lee making his very first start in Major League Baseball in the World Series, something never happened before. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Brantley from Lee, and he fires it, and it is off the plate, and they'll call it a ball. It's 2-0. The butterflies are probably churning all inside with Lee. Kyle Wright is already warming up in the bullpen, so they won't give Lee long if he flounders here in the first inning. Here goes the 2-0 pitch to Brantley, and it is a strike called on the outside fastball, and it's 2-1. Atlanta nothing, Houston nothing. Top of the first inning, just joining us. We're just beginning game number 4 of the World Series. Atlanta leads the series 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Brantley, and it's in the dirt for ball 3. On deck stands Alex Bregman, as we're quickly seeing whether or not Lee is going to be able to stand up to this pressure starting a game number 1 in the World Series. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it's a fastball high and inside. Ball 4, and just like that, there's runners on first and second, nobody out, and the dangerous Bregman coming to the plate. Atlanta nothing, Houston nothing. Top of the first inning. And Bregman digs in. Remember, he fouled that ball off his foot last time, but he seems to be okay. Here's the first pitch to Bregman, and it is swung on and missed. Looked like it might have been the cutter on the outside, and it's 0-1. Sold out capacity crowd in Atlanta, and the Battery right outside the stadium, it is rocking as well. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball on the outside part of the plate, just missed off the corner, and it's 1-1. On deck is the dangerous left-handed bat of Yordan Alvarez. 2-0 was your score last night. The rain subsiding, everyone's expecting a much higher scoring game today, especially with 2 bullpens. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Bregman, and it is high and outside, way out of the zone, and it's 2-1. Lee struggling early. A lot of heads were scratched when Lee was chosen to be the starter in this World Series, never starting a game before. But that's the decision that Snicker went with. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Strike 2 is the call, and it's 2-2. Kyle Wright warming up in the bullpen. The consensus is they think Lee would only go 1 inning no matter what happens here. It's a long way to get out of this. 2-2 is the count. There's runners on first and second, nobody out. Here's the delivery from Lee. Darnode sets up outside, and it is swung on and missed, strike 3. And Dylan Lee has his first strikeout as a starter, and his first strikeout as a starter in the World Series. 1 away, far from out of the woods here, with Yordan Alvarez coming to the plate. Yordan Alvarez, the big lefty, he has been known all playoff long to take what you give him. So if you play the shift on Alvarez, he is not scared to go the other way. Normally a left-handed power hitter will go the other way and take what is there, much like Freddie Freeman. Yordan Alvarez hitting .381 this postseason, 2 home runs, 9 RBIs. Just 1 for 8 in this series, but a very dangerous hitter. Here's the first pitch to Alvarez, and it's a fastball, little high, and it's 1-0. Home plate umpire tonight is Dan Bellino. Mike McClinsky is down first baseline. Alfonso Marquez is your second base umpire. Chris Conroy, third base. Ron Culpa is in left field, and Tom Hallion, last night's home plate umpire, stands in right. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Alvarez. They set up a little inside, and it is in the dirt, low for ball number 2. Looked like the slider that just missed. Kyle Wright looks to be warm in the pen. This might very well be the last batter for Dylan Lee, as you've got the dangerous bat of Carlos Correa on deck. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Lee to Alvarez, and fastball way inside, and it's now 3-0. Alvarez will swing at 3-0 pitches, so you cannot just lay one in there. The count, runners on first and second, 1 away. And here comes the delivery from Lee. And it is way inside again. It's ball 4. None of those balls anywhere near the strike zone. And it's a 4-pitch walk to Alvarez. And here comes Snicker, and it looks like he's going to pull him. Dylan Lee's World Series debut was short-lived, and it's going to be Kyle Wright time. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the bullpen doors have swung open, and Kyle Wright is coming to the rescue. You're listening to Braves Country.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! I'm out!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Houston Astros are scoreless. That's the good news. The bad news is the Astros have already loaded the bases. The opener for the Braves, Dylan Lee, is out of the ball game. So here comes Kyle Wright to try to right the ship. And he'll face the dangerous bat of Carlos Correa. With the bases loaded, 1 away, righty versus righty matchup. Standing on deck is Kyle Tucker. Here's the first pitch from Wright, and it's a fastball right there at the knees, taken for a strike. And it's 0-1. Kyle Wright, who we thought might be the second guy out of the pen in this bullpen game, he came in and struck out the side in Houston. That is his only appearance in this postseason, as he was not on the NLDS roster. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fastball fouled back, saw it off on the hands, and it's 0-2. He was not on the DS or CS roster. So this is his just second appearance in this World Series. Kyle Wright, 10-5 in the minor leagues this year with the 3.02 ERA. The biggest thing that stood out, though he had a terrible going in for the Braves earlier this year with 6 innings pitched and 7 earned runs, 0-2 count, is a slider in the dirt just off the plate. Nasty pitch. Good eye by Correa, and it's 1-2. Though he had a 6 innings, 7 earned runs in that stint. In the minors, Kyle Wright, his last 3 starts, 22 innings pitched, no earned runs, 19 strikeouts, and just 8 hits. Granted, it was just the minors, but here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a curveball, and it goes inside, almost clips Correa, and it's 2-2. Kyle Wright was ahead quickly, 0-2. I don't know why Darno's going with this off-speed stuff, getting Wright in trouble. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Wright, and it is a fastball missed just low, and it's a full count. It's 3-2. Bases loaded, 1 out. Carlos Correa will be sitting dead red on this one. And here's the 3-2 pitch, payoff pitch, and it's a fastball swung on and grounded to Riley. Riley's going to get it, but his only play is to first, so a run will score. That's the bad news, but there is a second out of the inning. So runners move to second and third. The runner scores. Houston leads at 1-0, but there's now 2 away. Kyle Tucker coming to the plate. On deck is Yuli Gurriel. Remember, if anything does happen here, and they do decide in the hole is the pitcher spot, typically it's the number 8 spot would go to a position player, but Dusty Baker chose Zach Greinke to hit 8th and not his catcher, who's been scuffling at the plate. So we'll see if that comes into play. Here's first pitch to Tucker, and it's a fastball way inside, 96 miles an hour. Good backhanded stab by Darno, and it's 1-0. Houston 1, Atlanta 0. And here's the 1-0 pitch, and it swung on and missed. Change up. Good pitch by Wright, and it's 1-1. One count from Wright. And it is a fastball at the knees. Strike 2. It's 1-2. We're 1 out away from getting out of this inning. Houston 1, Braves 0. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Tucker. It's a fastball swung on, fouled back against the screen, and it's 1-2. Runners on second and third. 2 away. Top of the first. If you're just joining us, the opener, Dylan Lee, is already out of the game. Charged with the run already. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Tucker, and it's a curveball in the dirt, and it gets away from Darnold. He jumps in front of it. No movement by the runner on third. Brantley stays put. He thought about going. Good defensive play by Darnold, who's played an excellent catcher behind that plate all playoff season long. So we'll do it again at 2-2. And here's the 2-2 pitch. Wright steps off the mound, and Tucker's going to step out of the box for a second. So we'll start it again at 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Wright to Tucker, and fastball swung on, strike three, sit him down. And the Atlanta Braves are out of that mess. It could have been a lot worse. We head to the bottom of the first. Atlanta trails 1-0. They grab the bats. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling waxed paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Slide here is your ex. But if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms to post, thumbs ups across her, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair.
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 1-0, but it could have been a lot worse if you're just joining us. Dylan Lee gets his first start of the major leagues, and it's game 4 of the World Series. He got basically nothing done and got one out, gave up an earned run. Kyle Wright came in and saved his bacon. So Atlanta just trails 1-0 at this point. And that's the bad news. The good news is they have not batted yet. Real quick on your college football scoreboard, so we get you caught up to date as Zach Greinke's about to take the first pitch. Auburn leads Ole Miss 21-17 in the second. Kentucky trailing Mississippi State 14-10 second quarter. And Penn State leads Ohio State 7-3. That game is early in the second. Zach Greinke stands on the hill. 20 starts in the postseason, 21 appearances, a 4.29 ERA in that postseason. Zach Greinke, one of the better right-handers of his generation. And here's the first pitch from Greinke to Rosario. It swung on a miss, 90 miles an hour, and it's at the letters 0-1. Greinke doesn't quite throw as hard as he used to. Used to be about mid-90s, a little below. Nowadays hangs out around high 80s, sometimes hits 90, but is more of a finesse pitcher. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball wide and outside the zone. It's 1-1. Greinke, no stranger to the playoffs, as I mentioned, 21 appearances, 20 starts. Cut his teeth in LA. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and hit high, but shallow and playable to center field. Tucker's underneath it, and there's one away. That'll bring up Freddie Freeman to the plate. Freddie Freeman looking to get hot again. He's been hot and cold and hot all playoff series long. Here's the first pitch to Freddie, and it's taken outside just off the plate. Change up, 87 miles an hour at the knees, and it's 1-0. Freddie batting .289 for the postseason, 3 for 11 in this series. Has not gone deep yet in the series. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is roasted into center field for a single. Center fielder Kyle Tucker had to hop back as it caught him flat-footed. And quickly, the Braves have a threat as we've got a runner on first, one away, and Ozzie Albies. This is a twist. Ozzie Albies is coming to the plate facing a right-hander, and it looks like Ozzie's going to bat right-handed. Weird time to go that way, but he's going to do it. And the first pitch is a changeup on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-0. Ozzie Albies, a switch hitter, typically would be on the left-hand side. Could be a situation where he just feels more comfortable. And here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on and missed high in the zone, and it's 1-1. Braves trail 1-0. Freddie Freeman on first. And here's the pitch to Ozzie, and it's high and outside, and it's 2-1. Two-one count to Ozzie. Freddie Freeman stands on first. The Braves trail by just 1. Astros are looking to get about 2 innings, 6 outs out of Greinke, maybe 9. Then after that, most likely they will turn it over to Javier. Here's the 2-1 delivery to Ozzie, swung on and ripped foul just past the first base line. Goes down all the way down the right field line, and it'll get scooped up by the ball boy. Given that cut. And we'll do this again. As he got a new ball, got it in. Here's the delivery from Greinke. It is a changeup, swung on and fouled back. It's 2-2. The consensus is Ozzie went to the right-handed side to take away the changeup that Greinke likes to employ to left-handed hitters. It's a bold move. You just don't expect to see him play around with this in the World Series, but a lot of people have been trying to get, here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3, and Ozzie will have a seat. You don't expect to see a batter to mess around with his swing, his approach in the World Series. blew the fastball right by him. This will probably be Ozzy's only at bat against Greinke. So he'll probably be back to normal when he comes back up. If he stays on the right side, that might tell you that he's got some kind of injury that he's nursing. But as of right now, the assumption is that he did it to take away. Here's the first pitch to Riley, and it's a fastball swung on, fouled back up against the screen. It's 0-1 to take away the effectiveness of that changeup that he likes to put the changeup inside and kind of jam the left-handed hitter. And Ozzy took a chance. Does not have a good batting average lifetime versus Greinke. So why not? Here's the 0-1 pitch to Riley from Greinke. And it's a fastball high over the plate, but out of the zone. It's 1-1. Maldonado making a head shake like he thought that was a strike. That ball was easily 3 to 4 inches above the zone. So we'll do it again at 1-1. Riley trying to drive in Freddie Freeman to tie this game up. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball at the knees, taken for a strike, and it's 1-2. Greinke, you wouldn't think that pitch count would be an issue with him. He is typically a starter in the regular season. And here's the 1-2 pitch. And it is a fastball outside, and it's 2-2. Houston 1, Braves nothing. Just the bottom of the first. Braves lead the series 2-1. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It is a changeup hung inside, swung on, and banged back, foul. We'll do it again at 2-2. That was a pitch that almost got away. Greinke probably heart skipped a beat there. He hung one there to Riley. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and hit harmlessly into center field. A high pop fly. Tucker's underneath it, and that's out number 3. We head to the top of the second inning. The Astros lead it 1-0.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points from North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and state red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field, marring what would have been the 200th victories for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail the Astros 1-0 off a run given up by Dylan Lee, his first start ever in the majors, and they decided to do it in the World Series. But you got to get past that and move on. Kyle Wright gave us a good inning of relief, and it looks like he's coming back out. They'd love to get 2, maybe even 3 innings from Kyle Wright, as this is a full-blown bullpen game. This one here would have been a bullpen game no matter what. Tomorrow night's game will also be a bullpen game as Charlie Morton is gone. Here's the first pitch from Wright, and it's a nasty curveball to Gurriel. Swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. If you're just joining us, Atlanta put a runner on. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball at the knees, and it's once again, it's 0-2. If you're just joining us, the Braves did get a runner on. Freddie Freeman hit a single. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt. Gurriel did not go around, says Blue, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Darno thought that he did go around, but he did not. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on, bang to the right side. Freddie's there. He'll shovel it over to Wright, who's covering first. He steps on the pillow, and there's one away in the Houston second. So that will bring the bat of the pitcher spot, Greinke, to the mount, to the batter's box. We'll see what they decide to do here. It looks like they will leave Greinke in, so Greinke will bat for himself. He has 9 career home runs, a 2-time Silver Slugger award. Here's a first pitch from Wright, and it's a curveball outside the zone, and it's 1-0. 225 lifetime average, so not a total dud at the plate. He's also very handy with the bat as a bunter. Here's the 1-0 pitch, fastball, and it's swung on, and it's ripped back up the middle for a single, and Greinke is on. Nice piece of hitting for Greinke. Sends it back where it came from, and Greinke's got himself a single in the World Series. 1 on, 1 away. And that'll bring the catcher, Maldonado, to the plate. Maldonado has been struggling at the plate quite a bit, so Dusty decided to go with him. Now, Greinke, a decent base runner as well. He'll put on the jacket. Here's the first pitch to Maldonado. It's a fastball. Blue says it's inside. It's 1-0. Looked like it probably clipped the strike zone. If you've been paying attention to this World Series, this has become common ground. Those robot umpires are on the way to take those jobs. Here's the 1-0 pitch, swung on and hit high and into right field, and it dies for a single, and there's runners on first and second right in front of Jock Peterson. Runners on first and second. And 1 away. Kyle Wright's in some trouble here in the top of the second. Good piece of hitting by Maldonado. Didn't try to do too much with that ball in the outside part of the plate. Just kind of shot it back over into right field. If you missed it earlier today, Jason Castro was taken off the World Series roster. They added Garrett Stubbs, another catcher. Here's the first pitch to Altuve with runners on first and second, and it's a curveball called for a strike. It's 0-1. Curveball a little higher than I think what Wright would have liked, but he got it called for a strike. A little dangerous where that ball was at. Jose Altuve is already 1 for 1 on the night. He's got a single and scored a run. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Greinke. It swung on and roasted down third base line. And what a diving catch. Line drive out by Austin Riley. Not only did he steal at least a run, he got the out as well. Austin Riley, show your cape under your jersey, pal. That was a Superman play. Unbelievable play by Riley. That could end up being huge, as that ball came off the bat like a bullet. 108-mile-an-hour exit velocity off the bat, and Riley got the scorcher in his glove. There's 2 away with Michael Brantley coming to the plate. Here's first pitch to Brantley, and it's called for a strike, fastball at the knees, and it's 0-1. Brantley walked his first time up when he faced Dylan Lee. First time facing right. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And it is a fastball, and it is grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it, shovels it underhand, and we're out of the inning. And after a great defensive play by Mr. Riley, it's still just a 1-run game. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Braves Baseball.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark!
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen. Cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the end, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves Baseball. Austin Riley with an incredible play to get Atlanta out of the second inning. Runners on first and second. Just 1 away. And Altuve roasted one down the third base line. Austin Riley went airborne, level with the ground, reached out and made the stab, getting the second out of the inning. And right after that, Wright was able to retire Brantley on a ground ball, so it's still just 1-0. A missed opportunity for the Astros as Atlanta hopes to get this game tied here coming to the plate is Jock Peterson, Darnold, and Duvall. And there's a bit of a short delay, but we're back to it as Greinke is back out on the mound. Greinke's 18 pitches in now, and here's the first pitch. It's a changeup outside to Jock Peterson, and it's 0-1. Jock Peterson starting in right field tonight. He's starting in front of Soler. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a changeup in the dirt below the knees. 1-1. And one pitch from Greinke as he steps off the rubber. He's back to it. Here's the 1-1 delivery, and it is a fastball right down the pipe. Man, right in Jock Peterson's wheelhouse. He took it for a strike, and it's 1-2. Surprised Jock didn't swing at that. That was right where he wanted it. Maldonado was set up on the outside, and the ball drifted in. Peterson must have been sitting on changeup. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and there's a changeup, and he bangs it into the dirt, pulls it over to the right-hand side. Gray has got it, flips it over to first, and that'll be out number 1 of the second inning. Opportunity missed there by Peterson. That's one of those pitches he normally puts over the chop house. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. Travis d'Arnaud became just the second catcher in National League history to hit home runs in back-to-back games in the World Series, not since 1955 and Roy Campanella and the Dodgers. Here's the first pitch, and it is I think that was Greinke's Ephus pitch, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. 71 miles an hour. That's that trick pitch that Greinke will throw out there every once in a while to get a guy off beat. And second pitch is a changeup at the knees, and it's 0-2. After that 71 mile an hour pitch, the 84 mile an hour pitch almost looks like a fastball. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Greinke to d'Arnaud, set up outside, and it is in the dirt, changeup, and it's 1-2. Good chance that Dusty Baker will leave Greinke in as long as the Braves aren't getting to him or until his next at bat. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a fastball on the outside part of the plate. d'Arnaud caught looking, watching the paint dry, and it's a strikeout, and it's the second out of the inning, bringing up Dansby Swanson to the plate. d'Arnaud just never seemed in rhythm in that particular at bat. So he'll go put on the gear and get ready for the next inning. I think I said Dansby Swanson. It's Adam Duvall coming to the plate. Adam Duvall, 213 hitter in the postseason. It's a fastball off the plate for a ball, and it's 1-0. Greinke about to fire the 27th pitch of the inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Greinke, and it's a fastball off the plate again, and it's 2-0. Maldonado keeps trying to frame it and pull it up way high, but that pitch was definitely low and outside. He might be doing himself a bit of a disservice when he puts that much motion on the framing. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Duvall, and it's in the dirt, and it's 3-0. Dansby Swanson stands on deck, followed by the pitcher spot. So the Atlanta bullpen most likely getting ready just in case. Here's a 3-0 pitch from Greinke to Duvall as he got a new ball. Here's the delivery set up outside, fastball, and it's ripped into left field in between the wickets of short and third. And the Braves have a 2-out single in the name of Adam Duvall, with Dansby Swanson coming to the plate. Just 2 runs scored last night combined. There was a steady light rain, cool temperatures. Tonight they are expecting it to get down into the high 40s. Currently 51 degrees. Here's the first pitch to Dansby Swanson, and it is a changeup in the dirt, and it's 1-0. But they are not expecting any precipitation, and it looks like it should be clear for Game 5 tomorrow night. So it should be smooth sailing for the rest of the World Series as the Astros play indoors if they desire. They have that open or closed roof situation. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Greinke. Runner on first, two away, swung on and hit high, but right at the left fielder, Alvarez. Man, was that a nice swing. The ball just basically found the fielder. So we'll head to the top of the third inning. The Braves trail it 1-0.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by just 1 as we head to the top of the third inning. Dansby Swanson roasted that ball down left field line. If he hit it just a little farther to the left, that would have been a run for sure, as Alvarez does not have the arm to throw anyone out. Sure would have been a very interesting play, but I think Duvall would have scored from first and you would have had a runner on second. But the play was made by Alvarez. He was put in the right position. And Atlanta trails just 1-0 Kyle Wright goes back out to the mound. First pitch is a strike to Bregman, and it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Bregman. It's a curveball inside, and it's 1-1. Houston 1, Braves nothing. 1-1 pitch from Wright, and it is swung on, popped up high behind second base. It's a can of corn for Ozzie Albies. He's got it, puts it in the basket, and there's one away. Houston 1, Braves nothing. The damage was done in the first inning when Dylan Lee, making his first ever start, makes it in game 4 of the World Series. And just, you could tell the nerves was there, and he was all over the strike zone. Altuve came around to score. So Kyle Wright came in with one away in the first. Here's the first pitch to Alvarez, and looks like he's just on the outside part of the plate. Fastball. They're going to call it a ball. It's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball inside. They're going to call that a ball. It's 2-0. So not giving any leeway on the inside or outside part of the plate to right now. Here's the 2-0 pitch, swung on, fastball, hammered down the left field line, but way foul, and it's 2-1. I think most veterans are going to tell you, I need to have the inside or the outside part of the plate. You got to give me one or the other. But as of right now, Bellino calling a very small strike zone. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's swung on and missed. Fastball, high and outside. It's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and it's a fastball on the outside part. Looked like it kissed the black, but they're going to call it a ball. It's now 3-2. Dan Bellino not giving anything on the outer edge. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it is a curveball way outside the zone, not even close. And that'll be a walk to Alvarez with one away. Coming up to the plate, Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa digs in. First pitch from Kyle Wright, and it's a curveball, and it is ripped into left field for a single. Alvarez slow of foot, so he'll stay at second. Runners on first and second, one away. And that'll bring the left-handed bat of Kyle Tucker to the plate. Braves lead the series 2-1, but trail here 1-0. I think both managers are going to play this by ear, not having an actual game plan of what they're wanting to do per se. They're going to see how the game plays out and how they get through each inning. And depending on what happens, you'll either see the back end or you'll see the front end of these bullpen. Here's a first pitch, and it's a fastball on the inner half of the plate, but Bellino calls it a ball, and it's 1-0. Bellino with a really tight strike zone so far. does not play well into the Braves' hands, as their batters don't tend to work those zones. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Tucker, and it is low and inside, 96 miles an hour, and it's 2-0. That's going to get a visit to the mound from Travis d'Arnaud as he goes out to talk to Kyle Wright to kind of calm him down. Little surprised Wright's going out here as long as he has. Think they're trying to bridge this to see if they can get him into the fourth inning. They could keep this a 1-0 game. You get to the fourth, and then you might see some Jesse Chavez or AJ Minter, however they want to build it. But they were expecting more than one inning out of, or they were expecting at least an inning out of Dylan Lee. And that spit the bit when he couldn't find anything in the strike zone. So here's Kyle Tucker, 2-0 count as d'Arnaud gets ready back behind the plate again. Here's the delivery from Kyle Wright. And it is a fastball way inside, and it's 3-0. On deck is Yuli Gurriel. The pitcher spot is in the hole. This threat continues. It will be interesting to see if they keep Greinke in, who is a decent hitting pitcher, or if they go for the big lumber. Here's a 3-0 pitch. Fastball swung on, hit to Ozzie. Ozzie's got it, spins it, throws it to short, and there's an out at second. Dansby fires it over to first, and they are just going to miss out on a double play. Good hustle down the line by Kyle Tucker. A tough customer to double up. The center fielder runs pretty well, and he's a left-handed hitter. So the momentum of the hit dragged Ozzie towards the first base side. He had to throw off his back foot over to Swanson. By the time Swanson got it and fired away, and the ball was a little up the line, I think he would have been safe regardless, but had it been a little closer, Freddie might have dragged his foot. Here's the first pitch from Kyle Wright, and that's a garbage call by Dan Bellino. Fastball right there on the black, and it's 1-0. He called that a ball. We got another garbage umpire behind the plate again, and they're replaying it 2 or 3 times, so you know that means that nobody found that to be a ball. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball inside. That one is a ball, and it's 2-0. Terrible call by Dan Bellino. Expect that to be all over your social media pages tomorrow morning. All these blown calls keep getting blown up, and you see them the next day where they're taking still shots and showing exactly where it was in the strike zone. That is definitely one. And they're going to go ahead and walk Gurriel. They say to heck with it. They got a 2-0 count on Gurriel, so they might as well not play with fire. And Kyle Wright's going to face Zach Greinke, a good hitting pitcher, but he is the pitcher. So Snicker wanted to force the hand of Dusty Baker, because any way you look at it, you either get Greinke out of the game or you make him hit. So they're going to let Greinke hit. Kyle Wright gets the sign from Travis d'Arnaud. And here's the first pitch to Greinke. He dribbles it up the infield, backhanded by Ozzie, fires it over to first, and we're out of the inning. Nice throw by Ozzie, even better stretch by Freddie. The infielders need to start hitting their targets. Freddie's diving all over the place, but we're out of the inning, and the Astros missed an opportunity once again. It's 1-0 Atlanta. We grab the bats, heading to the bottom of 3.
We can't Gerby darn your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow! Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Ball slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punts the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. I'm Mac McGee bringing you the action here from Atlanta, Georgia tonight. The Atlanta Braves trail just 1-0. Could be a lot worse if you're just joining us. The Astros have had opportunities in every inning to blow this game open. In a bullpen game that started by Dylan Lee and has seen Kyle Wright throw 2 2/3. Think there's a good possibility with the top of the order coming back up next inning, and the fact that Kyle Wright, his spot in the order is up. Got to figure his night is through. We'll get confirmation here in just 1 second, but you got to figure Wright's night is through, and he did a great job. 2 2/3, no earned runs, 3 hits allowed. He did give up the run. They are going to let Wright hit. That is surprising, especially with the top of the order due back up. They're trying to get as much as they can out of Kyle Wright. So here's the first pitch from Greinke to Wright, and it's a fastball down Main Street. It's 0-1. Think maybe if there was a threat going when Wright came up, he probably would have been pinch hit for, but here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a curveball off the plate, swung off and missed, and it's 0-2. The other large factor, the Braves are having to do 2 bullpen games back to back in this series. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Wright, and it is a curveball in the dirt, missed low, and it's 1-2. On deck, Eddie Rosario with Freddie Freeman in the hole. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Wright, swung on and missed. Strike 3. Looked like the slider in the zone, hung it high. You see the head shaking by Greinke. He didn't like how his pitch landed, but he was fortunate that it was the pitcher that was at the bat. Hung that for sure. He does that to one of these other hitters, that thing's going to be a souvenir. So here comes Eddie Rosario, 412 in this postseason. He's batted 3 home runs, 11 RBIs. Can he stay hot? Here's the first pitch to Rosario, and he swings and misses at the ephus at his ankle, 69 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. You haven't seen that pitch before, and Rosario's got kind of a smile on his face, like, what in the world was that? I think typically most guys let it go by. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Game 5 tomorrow night is an 8:15 Eastern start. So a little later, but essentially the same time. We'll come on at the same time tomorrow night. Here's the 1-1 pitch swung on and hit into center field for a single. Nice base rip by Eddie Rosario. And one on, one away with Freddie Freeman coming to the plate. Nice job of hitting by Rosario. So he keeps his great hitting ways. Acquired in a trade from Cleveland. Had a bit of a down year on an injury. Has been hot since he came back to the Braves lineup. But he was always a phenomenal hitter. Next All-Star for the Minnesota Twins. Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. Zach Greinke's 39th pitch of the evening. And here's the delivery. It's a slider in the dirt, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Standing room only in Truist Park tonight in Atlanta, Georgia. About 50 degrees. They're expecting it to drop in the high 40s by the end of the game, but not too terribly chilly. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Freddie, and it's another slider in the dirt, and he went fishing again. It's 0-2. Crafty right-hander is getting Freddie to chase. See if he shortens up his swing here. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Freddie, and it's a fastball way outside the zone and taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Good eye by Freddie, staying off that pitch. The Atlanta Braves now in their 10th World Series for the Braves franchise. Here's the 1-2 pitch. He's going to fire it back over to first to keep Rosario close. Greinke wanted to make sure that Rosario wasn't going. I think that signal might have came from Maldonado. It looked like he kind of nodded his way. So here comes the 1-2 pitch from Freddie. And it is another fastball on the outside part of the plate, trying to get Freddie to reach out there. It's 2-2. So he started off the first 2 pitches of the at-bat, sliders inside in the dirt, and the last 2 have been fastballs outside. So you wonder if he's setting him up to go back inside again, that slider in the dirt. Braves organization now 18 pennants. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's swung on, and it's hit down over to second, fired over to second base for the force. He'll flip it over to first, and it is a bang double play. Freddie Freeman hits into a double play. Great, good play by Altuve as he backhanded the ball, fired it down to Correa standing at second, and Freddie was out by about 2 strides. So that'll end the 3rd inning. We head to the top of the 4th. The Atlanta Braves trail Houston 1-0.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. A house is not a home without some love.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail Houston 1-0. Could be a lot worse. So you'd love to have the lead. You'd love to be tied. Still a lot of way to go in this game. Houston has had runners in scoring position in every single inning. And it's going to be Maldonado coming to the plate, and the first pitch is a curveball inside, called for a ball, and it's 1-0. Kyle Wright is back out there on the mound as expected after grabbing the bat last inning. Maldonado 1 for 1 with the single. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a curveball, this time called for a strike inside, and it's 1-1. Very close to the previous spot, but just a little further in. So the 1-1 pitch from Wright is a fastball, roasted and fouled back, and it's 1-2. Maldonado sitting dead red on that one. I think he just missed that ball. You wonder how long Kyle Wright will go, if any threat here. Atlanta's bullpen should be active as we are in the fourth inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt. It's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and swung on, grounded over to short. Dansby's got it, fires it over to first. Maldonado, you could say he ran down to first, but he's out by about 6 steps, as it was more of a light leisurely jog. And there's one away in the Houston fourth. That brings the dangerous bat and speed of Altuve, Jose Altuve, coming to the plate. The Astros have already had a total of 8 base runners. 8 base runners so far. Here's the first pitch to Altuve, and it's a fastball fouled back inside, and it's 0-1. So glass half full, the Braves could be down by much more as they've danced out of trouble. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and hit high and deep and gone. That ball was absolutely tattooed by Altuve. He hit it over the center field wall, and it wasn't even close. So the Astros lead it 2-0. Fastball laid out there. And you wondered why Snitker was putting Wright back out there. He has not pitched many innings in a row like this, getting a little greedy, and it came back to bite Snitker. The Braves trail 2-0. Thankfully, that home run was a solo shot. You do expect the Braves to put some runs on the board tonight as well. Here's the first pitch, and it is a curveball low below the knees. It's 1-0 to Brantley. That fastball was pretty much just put on a platter, about belt high, inner third. Here's the 1-0 pitch, roasted down the first base line. Freddie's right there to stop it, to going into the right field. And there's 2 away as Freddie just jogs and steps on the bag. They're really starting to hit Kyle Wright. And if this were a regular season game, you would just say, go ahead and eat the innings. But every game critical here. Braves won't have a true starting pitcher. Here's the first pitch to Bregman. It's a curveball at the knees, and it's called a strike. It's 0-1. They're not expected to have a true starting pitcher until Game 6 of the World Series back in Houston, where Max Fried will go. 0-1 pitch at the knees again, and it's a curveball called for a strike, and it's 0-2. Bregman 0 for 2 already. Third at bat, and we're only in the 4th inning. He steps off to reset for a second. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a curveball inside, just missed the plate, taken for a ball, and it's 1-2. Houston leads it 2-0. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it swung on and missed strike 3. The 1-2 slider got him, and the Braves are out of the inning, but not before Jose Altuve doubled the lead. It's 2-0 Houston. The Braves grab the bats. We're heading to the bottom of the 4th.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Nix again with 36 seconds left. Ball at the left hash mark. 2 wide outs to the right, 1 to the left. Florida's got the big rush on Nix. He floats 1 in the end zone. It is call it, touchdown Auburn! Sanders caught it! Touchdown Auburn! Touchdown Auburn! Frank Sanders from Nix. Auburn's ahead. Auburn's ahead. Touchdown of 8 yards. Nix to Sanders. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Auburn has done it again. Ball game is over. I have seen it, but I do not believe it. Yes, the streak is alive. Auburn 36, Gators 33. Number 1 has fallen by the wayside.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than their English.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Braves baseball. Time to get those rally caps going. Don't want to wait too late. We need to get some runs here, Braves fans. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-0. Still very early in the ball game. We're heading to the bottom of the 4th inning as the Braves grab the bats. Real quick, let's take a look at the scoreboard in college football. Auburn leads Ole Miss 28-20 in the 3rd. Georgia 34-7 winners over the Florida Gators. Here's the first pitch to Albies, and he's batting right-handed again, facing Greinke. Swung on and missed. Looked like the slider, and it's fouled away. It's 0-1. Kentucky getting killed by Mississippi State 31-10 in the third quarter. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Albies, and he lays off the slider in the dirt. It's 1-1. Notre Dame leads North Carolina 24-20, and Penn State hanging in there with Ohio State at 17-10 Buckeyes in the third. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider off the plate, held up, and it's 2-1. First base umpire kind of gave a giggle towards Maldonado, like you're asking me to, if a guy checks swing and he barely moved his arms. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Ozzie, and it is a changeup on the outside part of the plate where he wasn't giving strikes earlier. It's now 2-2. Consistency is all these pitchers look for. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Ozzie, and it is swung on and dribbled over to short. Correa's got it. He'll fire it over to first. Ozzie's out by about 2 lengths, and there's one away in the bottom of the inning. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. On this date in 1919 in baseball history, the spitball was outlawed in Major League Baseball on a grandfather clause. Anyone who was known as a known spitball pitcher prior to could use it throughout the rest of their career, but no one could pick it up and start it. Here's the first pitch to Riley, and it is a 70-mile-an-hour change-up ephus, and it's 0-1. The crafty veteran Greinke, difficult to hit tonight, is 0-1 pitch. It's in the dirt, and Maldonado does the check down the line. Bellino lets him do the check, and he's going to call it a swinging strike. Riley definitely went around on that one. It's 0-2. You never used to see home plate umpires let catchers do their own check down the line. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a fastball off the plate, and it's 1-2. But Bellino does not seem to be one of these types of umpires that has a real command back there. Command a lot of. There are some guys you wouldn't dare do that with. Bellino is not one of those. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Riley, and it is a fastball in the dirt, got away from Greinke, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Jock Peterson stands on deck. It's been pretty cold of late. Let a pitch go by in his first at bat that I think he wishes he had back. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Riley. Swung on and just got a piece of that. Fouled it out of the glove of Maldonado. Maldonado could not hold on. So we'll get a new ball, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Ball just came out of the bottom of Maldonado's glove to keep the bat alive. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Riley, and it's swung on and hammered foul up against the screen to the right-hand side near the dugout, and it's 2-2. That ball got a little bit more of the plate than I think Greinke wanted. Riley would have liked to have that one back. So here's the 55th pitch from Greinke. A little farther than expected, but pitching a really good game. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is roasted into center field for a single. Austin Riley's on with one on, one away to get the Braves going here in the bottom of the fourth. Let's get some runs, boys. That'll bring Jocktober to the plate. There's a mound visit. Don't know if this is the typical Dusty Baker trying to buy time, as Maldonado and Correa head to the mound to talk to Greinke. And it looks like Greinke will stay in. Baker has used this typically to buy time, and then he goes out to the mound. The spirit of the rule, that is supposed to be a second mound visit. In the Houston bullpen, the big right-hander Stanek is warming up. So he does tend to be their long man. Christian Javier is expected tonight too. Here's the first pitch to Jock, and he swings at a slider at the ankles out of the zone, and it's 0-1. Jock was trying to ambush something there. He was swinging when he left the dugout on that one. Jock Peterson now hitting just .237 after such a hot start in the postseason with 3 home runs and 9 RBIs. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Jock, and it is a slider below the knees, and it's 1-1. Little surprised to see him get the start over Jorge Soler tonight. But I do understand Snooker wanting to get more left-handed bats in there so you don't have so many righties up and down the lineup. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Jock, and he swings at it, and it's a tailor-made double play, and they are going to get it. Altuve fires it over to second. Correa throws Jock out by about a step. He is busting it down the line, but he's beaten by about a step at first, and that'll end the threat. So we'll head to the top of the 5th inning. The Braves trail 2-0.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz, touchdown Florida State. Rock Cruston scores the touchdown, and now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council. Zit shot.
It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-0 and heading to the plate for the Houston Astros this inning will be Alvarez, Correa, and Kyle Tucker. So you're going to get a lefty, righty, lefty. I believe Kyle Wright's night will be done, but we'll get verification of that here in a minute. They might be sending Wright back out there one more time. In the bottom of the 5th inning, Wright would be due up 4th. So they might send Wright back out there one more time. It just seems like it's playing with fire. He has not gone very deep recently. And here's the first pitch from Wright to Alvarez, and it's off the plate for 1-0. Greinke, I believe he's going to stay in the game as well. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball inside, and it's now 2-0 to Alvarez. Alvarez has reached tonight both times via the walk. Dangerous left-handed power hitter, hitting .381 on the postseason and 2 home runs. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's a fastball at the knees inside for a strike, and it's 2-1. Good pitch by Kyle Wright. As Alvarez was kind of leaning over the plate. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is swung on. Curveball, banged foul, and it's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 delivery from Wright, and as a fastball swung on, hit high and deep out of play down the left field line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Penn State, Ohio State are tied beginning of the second half. Penn State's down 7 beginning of the second half. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3, a curveball inside at the ankles, and Alvarez went fishing. And there's one away in the top of the 5th. Good pitch by Wright. I think Alvarez is upset at himself for swinging at that. Just couldn't lay off it with 2 strikes. 17-10 Ohio State over Penn State. They're just beginning the second half. Here's the first delivery to Carlos Correa, and it's a fastball outside and low off below the knees. It's 1-0. Kyle Wright now up to 61 pitches. Brian Snitker living dangerously, but hoping Wright can get through this inning one more time. Here's a fastball, and it is sawed off on the hands, hit over towards short. Dansby's got it. He'll shovel it and fire it over to first for the second out. There's 2 away. Tough pitch to handle. Nice pitch by Wright. Doesn't show any real signs of fatigue. You just wonder if it's there. We'll find out in a hurry because Kyle Tucker comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2 with the strikeout and a fielder's choice, but that left-handed bat has generated 4 home runs this postseason. Here's the first pitch to Tucker. It's a fastball, 94 miles an hour, ripped foul. Banged off, looked like it banged off of Tucker's right foot. And it's 0-1. Hit right where the guard that he wears is, so he's okay. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Tucker, and it's a changeup at the knees. Nice pitch by Wright, and it's 0-2. Wright almost looks like he's getting better as the game goes on, but sure Snitker doesn't want to play too many games with it. Giving a good outing, only giving up 1 run, as the first run was charged to Lee. Here's the 0-2 pitch swung on, fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Darno, Duvall, Swanson are due up, and if anybody gets on in the Braves' bottom half of the inning, it'll be the pitcher spot. So you would think this might be the end if the Braves get anything going. If it's 3 up and 3 down, we might see Wright again. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a slider outside the zone, slaps the dirt, and it's 1-2. Yuli Gurriel is on deck for the Houston Astros. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is low in the dirt. Bang just past the plate. Easy to lay off, and it's 2-2. Two pitch from Wright as he gets the sign. Here's the delivery. Fastball and ripped into center field just over the outstretched glove of Ozzie Albies. He was diving to try to steal that. That ball might have actually touched his glove, but it's over to Duvall. He gets it back in, and it's a single. 2-out single, bringing Gurriel to the plate. Ozzie went diving for that ball. I can't tell if it actually got over his head or I think he might have just missed it. It almost looked like in the blind eye at the beginning that part of his glove might have touched it, but I think he was just a tad late to be able to make contact. And that's going to bring to the plate, if Gurriel gets on, it looks like it might be done for Greinke, as they do have a pinch hitter on deck. So Kyle Wright throws it over to Tucker. Keeping Tucker close at first. And here's the first pitch to Gurriel standing at home plate. And it is a fastball, and it is thrown, and it is lost into center field as Darno throws it down to second base. And the throw gets away. This is the second night in a row that the ball has gotten from on a stolen base attempt out into center field. A one-hop throw that Ozzie Albies just kind of nonchalantly tried to make the tag. And you got to at least get in front of that. So Kyle Tucker, as he tried to it was kind of a lackluster flip at it. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Gurriel, and it's inside for a ball, and it's 2-0. So the ball skips out into center field. Tucker runs down to third. Duvall did get to it in time to make sure he did not score. But the third run is just 90 feet away. In the Braves bullpen warming up is Kyle Martin, the big right-hander. Gurriel is going to be intentionally walked now, as they've decided not to play around. This is the second time they've done this tonight with Gurriel. And Rich Kranitz is going to come out to talk to Kyle Wright. Now, whether or not they're making a pitching change, normally it's Snicker that does it. So I think they might just be talking strategy here. They would like to get out of this inning and save the pitcher for next inning. Because if the Braves get anything going in the bottom of this inning, the pitcher spot comes up, number 4, but you don't want to give up another run. You don't want this game to get away from you. Blue comes out to break up the powwow on the mound. And that'll do it for Zach Greinke, by the way. 4 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs, no walks, and 3 strikeouts. Nice outing by Greinke. And Marwin Gonzalez from the left-hand side of the plate digs in. 199 hitter this year, 5 home runs, 28 RBIs. He has been with the Astros organization on many of these runs, so he is not new to the playoffs. A dangerous left-handed bat in his own right. And here comes the first pitch from Wright to Gonzalez, and it's a curveball that hit the strike zone, but Dan Bellino called it a ball, and it's 1-0. There's no excuse for this just poor umpiring in the World Series that we've seen all series long. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Wright. He's going to fire it back over to first real quick to keep Gurriel close. On deck with runners on first and third is Maldonado. So the conversation might have been with Wright is don't give Gonzalez anything to hit because you've got Maldonado on deck. We'll see how they attack this. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a curveball once again, hit the zone again, and they're going to call it a ball. I guess maybe he's saying he's hitting it high, but according to the box, he's hitting both of these balls for a strike. So it's a 2-0 pitch. At this point, you almost might want to just put him on. Why mess around? But we'll see what happens here. 2-0 pitch to Gonzalez. Could be the last batter for Wright. And it is a curveball, same area, exact same area. This time it's called a strike, and it's 2-1. That ball is actually a little farther outside the zone. And now Gonzalez has something to say to Blue. Both these sides, all they're looking for is consistency. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from Wright to Gonzalez. As d'Arnaud digs in, and it is a curveball swung on and hit foul down the first base line, and it's 2-2. Kyle Wright just one strike away from getting out of this mess. So you got something left here. 75 pitches now for a guy who has not pitched in a few weeks more than just an inning. So here's the 2-2 pitch to Gonzalez. d'Arnaud sets up outside. It's a fastball swung on, popped high and deep into left field. Rosario's got it for out number 3. He got underneath it. He almost looked like he had lost it in the lights for a second. So the Braves get out of this inning unscathed. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th inning. d'Arnaud, Duvall, and Swanson head to the plate. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Braves baseball as the Atlanta Braves trail just 2-0. We head to the bottom of the fifth inning. It's going to be Darnode, and in to pitch for the Houston Astros is Ryan Stanek. And Stanek comes in, the big right-hander. Usually displays a fastball slider, and he does have a bit of a changeup that he will use, but it's usually pretty much fastball slider. So we'll get set here as we're about to begin play here in the bottom of the fifth. Real quick in the college football scoreboard update. Ole Miss trails Auburn 28-20 in the fourth. Mississippi State is all over Kentucky 31-17. And the Ohio State Buckeyes are in a dogfight with Penn State. It's 17-17 in the third. Here's the first pitch from Stanek to Darnode, and it's a curveball off the plate, and they call it a ball, and it's 1-0. Maldonado paused before he threw it back to first, almost showing up the ump. These are the same kinds of calls that Atlanta's been getting. That ball was a little off the plate, but here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's down low, pulled foul, and it's 1-1. Travis Darnode, 2 home runs already in the series. Can he do it again? Notre Dame over North Carolina 31-20. That game is in the late in the third. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider inside high. Darnode looks a little perturbed, but it was called a strike. It's 1-2. That one was in the strike zone, but Darnode, who's been behind the plate all night, is probably getting a little angry about the fact that he wasn't getting those calls for his pitcher. So here's 1-2 pitch. Darnode asks for time. He steps out of the box. West Virginia upset number 22 Iowa State today, 38-31. Oklahoma State pounding Kansas 55-3. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Darnode, and it's a fastball inside, fouled back and out of play, and it's 1-2. 97 miles an hour right in his kitchen. Number 2, Cincinnati beat Tulane 31-12. Oregon over Colorado 52-29. Duke 45-7 winners or losers to Wake Forest. Wake Forest 13th in the country, still undefeated. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Darnode, swung on, and he hits it to the right side, but the Astros haven't played honestly, and it's a ground ball to the second base. Altuve, he fires it over to first, and there's one away. Wisconsin 27-7 winners over number 9 Iowa today. This will bring one away, and Ryan Stanek stepped off the mound for a minute, needed time to straighten up his pants leg or something. And now Duvall's asking for time. I don't know if this is a little bit of showmanship on both sides, but it looks like we're almost ready to roll. And here's the pitch to Duvall, swung on, 98 miles an hour, fastball, fouled back into the seats, and it's 0-1. On deck, Dansby Swanson. If anybody gets on the pitcher spot, you'd think you would probably see either Adrianza saving Soler for a high leverage situation. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball high and outside the zone. It's 1-1. Houston does have action going in their pen, and the Braves are set to bring in Chris Martin in the next inning. So I think either way, it's Kyle Wright's night is over. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider on the outside part of the plate off the zone, and it's 2-1. Braves down 2-0. Duvall at the plate, 2-1. Pitch and swung on and missed. Slider got inside of it. He got in front of it. And it's 2-2. Just misconnecting on that. When I say playing honestly, I mean that the defense is not playing a shift. They're doing your traditional up the middle defense. The Braves play a lot of shifts, as do a lot of teams nowadays. Astros don't do it quite as much. They try to make you beat you honestly. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on, and it was a slider that hung, but Duvall just missed it. He hit that thing high and deep into left field, but it just got the wind and just died there, and there's going to be 2 away. One of those pitches that he just got out on his front foot and just missed it. Duvall would love to have that swing back. This will bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. 0-for-1 with the line out in the second inning. Remember, he lined out with the runner on first with 2 away. The ball was hit pretty well into the outfield, but right at the left fielder. Here's the first pitch, and it's a slider missed inside by Stanek, and it's 1-0. Braves trail just 2-0. Still a long way to go in this one. But you'd like to get a run back here. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Dansby. It's a slider on the outside part of the plate, just off the zone, called for a strike, and it's 1-1. Dansby not liking that call either. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Stanek. Shakes off the signal. He's ready to fire. It's 1-1 pitch, swung on, fastball, hit down the line, and foul. We'll do it again at 1-2. Adrianza does have a bat in his hand. So if we do get to the pitcher spot in this inning, there are 2 away. But if Dansby gets on, Adrianza would bat for the pitcher spot. I think they'll hold on to Soler for a high leverage situation, not wanting to burn Soler quite yet, just in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a changeup high in the zone, fouled back, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Another hanger from Stanek. Braves batters are just missing these pitches. He's leaving some out over the plate. Dusty Baker knows it too. He's starting to pace over there in the dugout. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And it is a slider called for a strike on the outside. It was out of the zone, but they called it for a strike, and Dansby's none too happy. We'll head to the top of the 6th. The Braves trail by 2. It's 2-0.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball as the Atlanta Braves trail 2-0. We get ready to start the sixth inning. Get you caught up on the scoreboard in college football tonight. Ole Miss trails Auburn 31-20 in the fourth. Mississippi State, midway through the fourth, leads by 2 touchdowns over Kentucky. Ohio State leading by just 3 against the Nittany Lions of Penn State. That game's midway through the third. And Notre Dame is clinging to a 31-27 lead with a minute left in the third over North Carolina. Bulldogs 34-7 winners over the Gators today. Keep them number 1 in the country. Oklahoma 52-21 winners over Texas A&M. Michigan State 37-33 winners over arch rival Michigan. Battle of unbeatens and battle of top 10 teams. As they're getting ready for the top of the sixth, they're doing their traditional stand up to cancer to begin the sixth inning. As Major League Baseball does that every World Series. And so you're not missing any action. There's just folks were holding signs and everything. They were standing out on the field. And so that's what the delay is, heading to the sixth inning. So while we're doing that and getting ready for them to get reset here, on this date in 1963, the great Sandy Koufax wins the MVP of the National League after winning the Cy Young just a few days earlier. Koufax that year was 25-5 with a 1.88 ERA for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Or that was actually the Los Angeles Dodgers, excuse me. Also on this date in 1945, Brooklyn Dodger history, Branch Rickey signs Jackie Robinson to the Montreal Royals in a minor league deal, to which he would later on debut for the Brooklyn Dodgers. In 2001, on this date, 20 years ago, it's hard to believe it's been 20 years, George W. Bush fires a strike at a ceremonial first pitch after 9/11 in the World Series, becoming just the 8th president ever to attend the World Series while in office. And in this date in 2013, the Red Sox win the World Series over the Cardinals, and in 2019 on this date, the Nationals finish up their world championship over these Houston Astros. We're almost set to begin the 6th inning here. So it should be Chris Martin taking the hill. Atlanta trailing 2-0. Maldonado, Brantley, and Altuve will be in line here to come to the plate as Chris Martin enters the game. So this is another situation where the Braves, because they're trailing in this game, you're going to see Chris Martin at this point. If they had a lead, you would probably see them start the merry-go-round of Minter to Jackson to Matzik to Smith. But with their 2 bullpen games, and obviously Snicker wants to get one of these games as a win. He doesn't want to wear out his bullpen tonight if the bats aren't clicking. So here we go to begin the 6th inning. Still a long way to go in this one. Chris Martin ready to fire the first pitch to Maldonado, and it is a fastball softly lined over the second base bag right to Ozzie Albies' glove to put away for the first out of the 6th inning. Ball hit just off the edge of the bat with not a lot of power to it, and it was a soft liner that Ozzie was able to corral pretty easily. One pitch, one out. That'll bring us back to the top of the lineup. Jose Altuve. Two for 3 on the night with a home run. Here's the first pitch to Altuve. It's a fastball at the knees. Strike one. Altuve couldn't get the bat off his shoulders. It's Chris Martin coming out firing bullets. Chris Martin, a big part of the Atlanta bullpen in last year's run, but has struggled this year. They're hoping to get something out of him here down this tail end of the season. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a cutter off the plate, and it's 1-1. Jose Altuve, definitely the spark plug for this Houston offense. As he goes, they go. And here's the 1-1 pitch to Altuve, and it is a slider that hung up out of the zone, taken for a ball, and it's 2-1. That is a dangerous pitch. Just an inch or two lower, and that would have been 3-0 because Altuve doesn't tend to miss those. Here's your 2-1 delivery from Chris Martin. And it is a slider bent high in the zone again. And it's called a strike. It's 2-2. Altuve very animated behind the plate, laughing, saying he can't believe he called that a strike. It did look a tad high. And it's once again one of those pitches, especially as short as Altuve is. I mean, that thing was about chin high to Altuve. He's only 5'6". Here's the 2-2 pitch to Altuve. It's a fastball at the knees, called strike 3. And that was definitely a strike. Altuve couldn't get the bat off his shoulder. And there's 2 away in the 6th inning. Michael Brantley comes to the plate. Nice pitch by Martin. Following through. Good pitch by Martin as Martin, 6 pitches, 2 outs. Braves would love to get a fast inning here and get back to the bats. So they've got the top of the order due up. Here's the first pitch for Martin, and it is a cutter at the knees, and it's 0-1. Michael Brantley 0 for 2 tonight, hitting .317 in this postseason. Dangerous left-handed bat. Hasn't quite got going yet. We'd like to see his next hitting streak begin somewhere around April of next year. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is swung on and hit up the middle and just past the diving glove of Dansby Swanson. The Braves were playing a shift, and Swanson was over there by his lonesome. An honest defense gets that an out, as it was right in the area where shortstop would be able to go to the left for a couple of strides and scoop and fire. But they had the shift on, so Swanson trying to cover a lot of ground by himself. It's a single, a 2-out single, and that'll bring Alex Bregman to the plate. Bregman stands in 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a flyout. .235 this postseason for the third baseman. And here's the first pitch. It swung on, and it is hit harmlessly to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to second. It's flipped over to Ozzie for the out. Forced play. We're out of the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th, and we've got the top of the order due up. Grab the bats, Braves country. It's time to get some runs.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Red Polly, Red Polly. Blue Poncho, Blue Poncho. Do it. Rambo. Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on CBS Sports Radio.
Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Sally, Buffalo. Check. Hey, Short Ox, Ludo Raiders.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This has got to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week?
Yeah.
Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What?
Armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. I'm Mac McGee bringing you the action tonight, and the Atlanta Braves trail 2-0. We've got the top of the order due up tonight in this inning, as Chris Martin, the pitcher's spot, is due up. You expect to see most likely Adrianza grab a bat, depending on how they want to play this off the Braves bench. Gore, Heredia, Soler, Contreras, they're all available off the bench. And the Astros are going to bring the left-hander Brooks Raley back into it. And this was expected, considering he has been facing the top of the lineup, the left-handed bats of the Braves so far. So here's the first pitch, and it's actually going to be Arcia, and he swings at the first pitch, and hits a lazy fly ball out to right field, and there's one away. Nothing like getting your first at bat and swinging at the first pitch before you ever get warm. So that'll bring Rosario to the plate. And Rosario, lefty versus lefty, he has gotten a hit off of Raley in this series. Raley versus the lefties tends to like to live out there on the outer part of the zone. Rosario is 1 for 2 tonight as well. And Houston does have Phil Maton warming up in the pen. So here's the first pitch, and it's an excuse me, check swing foul out of play. Ball came inside to Rosario. He was trying to bend out of the way. Didn't mean to make contact, but it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And it is a slider way outside the zone, and it's 1-1. Raley most likely will face Rosario and then Freddie. And then if the Braves were to get anything going in this inning, they would probably bring the righty Maton in to turn Ozzie around. So here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider off the plate again. It's 2-1. This is where he lived the last time he faced Rosario. Rosario eventually just slapped it into left field. Raley, tall, lanky left-hander that loves to live on the outer part of the plate. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a cutter at the knees, called for a strike. Rosario doesn't like it, but it's 2-2. Just stayed inside the zone. I think that one was actually a strike. As the home plate umpire, Dan Bellino, has been very inconsistent, excuse me. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is swung on and roasted down the right field line. Is that fair? It is fair. It's going to rattle around at the right field wall, and Rosario is going to go cooking into second base with a one-out double, and the Braves got something going here in the bottom of the sixth. Good piece of hitting by Rosario, standing on second as he does the chop. That'll bring up Freddie Freeman to the plate. Good job by Brantley to get the ball in quickly, as Rosario was flying around the bags, but no chance to get to third. So here comes the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, swung on and missed. That slider was a little inside, just missed by Freddie, and it's 0-1. I don't think that's where Maldonado wanted that pitch either. Freddie just missed tying this game up. And Maldonado's coming out to the mound to talk to Raley about it. He's having an old-fashioned powwow of, what are you doing? And he's like, what are you doing? He goes, get back behind the plate. So here we go again. It'll be an 0-1 pitch to Freddie. Runner on second, one away. Braves trying to cut into this 2-0 lead. Would love to at least get one run back here in this inning. Put some pressure on those Astros. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is in the dirt, off the plate, and it's 1-1. Braves runner in scoring position for the first time tonight. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a slider outside the zone. It's 2-1. Braves country is standing room only at Truist Park. In the pen, warming up, is Drew Smiley and Tyler Matzik. So it'll probably have a lot to do with what happens in this inning. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a Slider in the dirt. It is now 3-1 to Freddie Freeman. On deck is Ozzie Albies. This is the third batter that Rayleigh has faced, so whether or not he would face Ozzie remains to be seen. We're trying to get a run back here. 3-1 count. They got the chop going. 3-1 count to Freddie Freeman. Rosario leads off a second. Here's the delivery, and it is taken for a strike. Slider inside. He missed that again. Maldonado is sitting outside and hung that inside. Freddie must have been looking outside as well because he just didn't even flinch. So it'll be a full count now to Freddie Freeman. Got to try to put this in play one way or the other. It's in the zone. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Freddie. Swung on and hit foul down the line. Slider on the outer part of the plate again. And it's 3-2. Freddie trying to find any way to get Rosario home. Braves trail just 2-0. Full count. One away. Runner on second. Bottom of the sixth. Best chance to score so far. And it is in the dirt. It is a slider for a ball. And it is a walk. And Freddie Freeman goes down to first with runners on first and second. And that's going to get the hook for Rayleigh. So they're going to take a quick break to get their pitcher warm. We'll take the break with them. When we come back, runners on first and second, one away, and Ozzie Albies coming to the plate.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
The Armchair Quarterback's on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves have a threat going, and they've got runners on first and second, one away, and Phil Maton is coming in warming up. The right-hander will face Ozzie Albies. If they keep it going, Austin Riley is on deck with Jock Peterson in the hole. Best chance for Atlanta to score so far. Zach Greinke came in and pitched a marvelous game earlier. Braves finally getting something going on here. And Ozzie Albies, who batted from the right-hand side of the plate against Greinke both times, the right-hander, the switch-hitting Albies will go back to his normal routine and go lefty. versus Phil Maton. 8 1/3 innings and a 1.08 ERA so far in the postseason. The big right-hander sets in to face Ozzie. As Ozzie's looking to get anything going here. Need a steady diet of bullets in the gap here. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and it's swung on. Curveball fouled back, and it's 0-1. Just missed making solid contact with that one. Atlanta would love to at least get one run here, cut into this lead, and put some pressure on Houston. Houston is now playing Ozzie to pull. You don't see the shift as much with the Astros. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is inside. Curveball almost hit Ozzie, and it's 1-1. You'd love to see Ozzie push one down the third base line and beat the shift. He doesn't do it very often. What a dangerous weapon that would be if Ozzie could master that. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Ozzie, swung on and missed right in his kitchen, 92 miles an hour, and it's 1-2. Ozzie was sitting looking for something off speed, got that ball blown right by him. Austin Riley stands on deck. There's one away, 2 on. Braves trying to break this scoreless game, and it is a fastball outside. Ball 2 evens up the count at 2-2. Braves have only scored 2 total runs in Atlanta so far. They did win last night's game and lead the series 2-1. But you would think the bats would be a little hotter than this. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Ozzie, and it is a curveball way off the zone, and it is now a full count to Ozzie Albies. He'll be sitting dead red. Will the runners be going? Austin Riley looms on deck. Runners on first and second. 1 away. Braves trail by 2. And Maton steps off the mound. He gets back ready. Rosario's jumping up and down at second. He's getting his legs warm. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Ozzie, and it is swung on and fouled. Just got a piece of it. Went to the curveball again, and it's 3-2. That was a nasty pitch. It was in the zone, so Ozzie had to swing. Braves got the chop going. Standing room only in Atlanta, Georgia. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Ozzie, open stance lefty, and it swung on and missed strike 3. Blew the 92-mile-an-hour fastball up in his kitchen again. That's where he got the strike to him earlier. And Ozzie's going to go sit down. There's 2 away with Austin Riley coming to the plate. High fastball. Might have been a called ball, but the way Blues called this game tonight, you just can't tell. So Ozzie swung and missed. You move on. Runner on first and second, 2 away. Riley comes to the plate facing the right-hander. Swung on and missed, 92 miles an hour in his kitchen again, and it's 0-1. Maldonado was setting up outside before he threw it back to Maton. He stared at him and threw it back almost like he's missing his spot. So can Riley take advantage of this? A couple of times the righty seems to have been missing his spot. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a high fastball. They checked down the line to see if he went. He did not, and it's 1-1. On deck is Jock Peterson. Braves trail by 2. Best chance to score all night. Houston has left many ducks on the pond. First time Braves have had a runner in scoring position. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Riley, and it is a slider across the plate taken for a strike, and it's 1-2. That's one that Riley, I'm sure, wish he had back. It was right in his wheelhouse. Why he did not swing there. He had to have been looking on the outer part of the plate there, because that's normally something that Riley sends into orbit. So Phil Maton's been living dangerously, but getting away with it. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Phil to Riley. Runners on first and second. The delivery, fastball, and it is not taken for a strike. The ball came out and high out of the zone, and they were checking down the line to see if Riley offered. He did not. And we'll do it again at 2-2. He came close. As they showed the replay, does not look like he went around, but man, was that close. So that's where he's gotten Ozzie twice and Riley once, is in that upper part right in the kitchen with the fastball. Here's a 2-2 pitch, swung on and roasted to left field. It's going to drop for a base hit. They're going to challenge Alvarez. The run is going to score, and we've got runners on second and third, 2 away, and the run came home. Riley slid over the bag, but Altuve was not paying attention and did not keep the tag on him. A single by Riley, aggressive base running, puts runners on second and third. There's 2 away. It's 2-1 Houston. Big base rip by Riley. One of those sliders was a little further out over the plate. The one that he took earlier, same type of pitch. This time he did not lay off. When Riley slid over the base, he then laid back on it, getting his back on the bag, calling for time. Altuve was busy looking at Blue to see if he had beaten the tag. He did not. And showing the replay, the tag did come off, and he did not keep it on there. By the time Riley left the bag, Riley was no longer being tagged. He then laid back on the bag, and as they're showing it, he's definitely safe. They're probably going to review this, but he is absolutely safe. That has not stopped New York before, but he's laying on the bag by the time he reapplies it. His entire back torso is on the bag. So a big base hit by Austin Riley to put the Braves within 1. They are reviewing it. There's no way under good conscience you can overturn this. I've seen 4 different views of this. He is absolutely safe, and they are confirming it. He is safe. It was close. Not going to say it wasn't close. And I'm not going to say that Houston didn't have good reason to review it, but he was definitely safe. So the Braves take advantage of Alvarez's arm out in left field, and then Riley's able to slide under the tag. Alvarez tried to throw it home, but it was such a weak throw. Maldonado charged it. It was a brilliant play by Maldonado. He knew the ball was not going to get to him in time, and he saw Riley going from first to second, so he threw it up the line, almost got Riley, almost worked out. The run would have scored anyways. They're going to intentionally walk Jock Peterson. So they're going to take the bat out of his hand, and they're going to put it in the hands of last night's hero, Travis d'Arnaud. So we'll see how this plays out, but they didn't like the righty-lefty combo. They didn't want no point of no part of Jock Peterson and Jocktober and all that jazz. So they're going to make Travis d'Arnaud beat him, the catcher, who's batting just .216 in his career at the bases loaded. But we know he gives you a professional at bat. He gives you a chance to possibly tie this game or even take the lead with a single. Here's the first pitch from Matan, and it's a slider outside, and it's 1-0. d'Arnaud has also walked a few times in the series, so a lot of ways to score with the bases loaded, even with 2 away, and one of them would be a base on balls, which would tie this game. Anything in the gap would probably put the Braves up by a couple, as Peterson's a decent base runner and usually hustles down the line. Doesn't have quite the speed that he had in his younger years, but still pretty good speed. So here's the 1-0 pitch to d'Arnaud, and it is swung on and missed. Oh, foul tipped into the glove, and it's 1-1. He just missed that ball. In fact, I think d'Arnaud wanted to know if he had a hole in his bat. Pitch might have been high in the zone, but it was definitely a hitter's pitch. So here's the 1-1 pitch to d'Arnaud. And the delivery swung on. Oh, my word, again. Foul tipped into the glove again. And it's 1-2. That was almost an instant replay. I was starting to think I'd seen it twice. Maybe that one didn't actually hit the glove, but it was the same pitch. He just is missing this. So you now got a 1-2 count on d'Arnaud. The Braves trail 2-1. And slider outside, fouled back by d'Arnaud, and we'll do it again at 1-2. On deck is Dansby Swanson. Braves have cut the Houston lead in half if you're just joining us. Finally getting something going here in the bottom of the 6th. The chop going. Braves fans are on their feet in Atlanta, Georgia. Game 4 of the World Series. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a fastball right down Main Street, and d'Arnaud just stares at it. Strikeout to end the inning. Unbelievable. He just sat there and watched it. But not before the Atlanta Braves score a run and climb back into this game. It's 2-1 Houston as we head to break.
Yeah. Prognosis negative.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz into deep right field.
Touch the ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first, behind the bat.
Armchair.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
Armchair.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities. An exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Welcome back to Braves baseball. The Braves, exciting last inning, score 1 run, leave the bases loaded, and Travis d'Arnaud never expected it. He watched a 2-2 pitch, fastball right down Main Street, go for strike 3 to end the inning. But Atlanta does get a run, and that goes a big way into getting back into this ball game. They still have 3 more at bats. The Atlanta Braves trail just 2-1 now. Heading to the plate this inning will be Alvarez, Correa, and Tucker. So lefty, righty, lefty in the Houston 7th inning. Though a little deflating not to tie the game there or even go ahead, you are now just 1 swing away from tying this thing. And in the 7th inning, they'll be able to flip that order over again. Here's the first pitch to Alvarez, fastball, and it's going to be Matzik coming out of the pen. On the outside part of the block, it's 0-1. Matzik coming in to face lefty, righty, lefty. Snicker wanted to set that up. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Matzik, and it's a fastball inside, and it's 1-1. Snicker preferring Matzik matchup against the big lefty Alvarez as opposed to Luke Jackson. Probably saving Luke Jackson for the next inning. And here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is swung on and missed. Strike 2. One-two count, fastball in the outer part of the plate. Apologize for the screen reloading there. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Alvarez, and it's a fastball swung on and hit up the middle, but Swanson's there, and he'll fire it over to first. There's 1 away in the Houston 7th. Atlanta trailing just 2-1. Missed opportunity there in the bottom of the 6th inning with the bases loaded. You at least got to get your bat off your shoulder. But still a lot more to go in this game. d'Arnaud's been so big for us. Big home run last night. He must have been looking for off speed and just got caught looking. Here's the first pitch to Correa. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Misses the zone. 98 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. Correa is 1 for 3 with a single in the 3rd inning. Hitting .260 this postseason with a home run and 7 RBIs. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball at the knees on the outer part of the plate. It's 1-1. Matzik digs in. Set up, rocks and fires it. Fastball, and it's banged over to the left-hand side. It's right to Austin Riley. Austin Riley's got it. He fires it over to first base for out number 2. And it's a quick 2 outs to start the Houston 7th. Christian Javier, who we were expecting to see soon, is warming up in the Houston pen. Right-handed fireballer will be set up. And then they usually like to end the game with Graveman and Presley, all 3 right-handers. Atlanta will have Duvall Swanson in the pitcher spot due up in the bottom of the seventh that anybody gets on, Rosario and company flip over the lineup. Here's the first pitch to Tucker, and it is a fastball swung on and lifted over Riley's glove down the line, but Rosario does a good job of cutting it off. So Tucker will be held to a single, 2-out single, as he just took the fastball the other way. And that was just a professional hit right there. Time you see a swing like that, you think of Wade Boggs, where you just kind of go with the pitch, not trying to do any kind of damage. You're just trying to get on. And that's what he did. And there's runner on first, but there's 2 away. And that'll bring Yuli Gurriel to the plate. Yuli Gurriel's 0 for 1 because he's been walked intentionally twice, hitting in front of the pitcher spot. Here's first pitch to Gurriel, and it's a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 0-1. One and 0, excuse me. 1-0 pitch for Matzik as he gets the sign. Looks in, fires and delivers 97 miles an hour, straight cheese down the heart of the plate, and it's 1-1. Gurriel, dangerous right-handed hitter. On deck is the pitcher spot. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, fastball, hit high and deep into right field, but underneath it is Jock Peterson, and he'll corral it in front of the warning track. That's out number 3. Christian Javier is heading in from the pen, and the Braves are grabbing the bats. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Braves Baseball.
Hi, I'm going to be your waitress because my mother drank.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Must be sitting on the slider. The Braves standing room only now. Matzik trying to deliver in the biggest moment of his career so far. Runners on second and third, 2 away. The Braves lead by 2. Fastball swung on and missed. Sit down, baby. Matzik comes in and absolutely yaks the whole side. Welcome back to Braves baseball. Braves trail just 2-1. We're heading to the bottom of the 7th inning. Grabbing the bats. It's going to be Duval Swanson and then the pitcher spot. If anything gets going, you got to figure it's probably Soler. If not, they may wait to hold Soler's bat until the very end. Still a few other bats that are on that bench. Arcia has already been burned. See, he was a first pitch swinging out earlier in the game. So you still have Adrianza. that you could pinch hit with. Contreras, the catcher, they don't tend to go to him unless it's absolutely necessary. And that's about it, because Gore is being held for pinch running duties, and Heredia the same, and also to play defense late in the game if you got a lead. So the Adam Duvall 1 for 2 on the night, digs into the plate. Christian Javier's first pitch is a slider high, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves trail by just 1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-1. Ball taking outside, making it 1-1. Good eye by Duvall. And here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on, fastball on the outside part of the plate. And it will do it again. It's now 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And it is a fastball at the knees, low, called for a ball. And it's 1-2 once again. Two and 2 is the count. Excuse me. Just trying to fix the screen there for y'all. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Javier to Duvall, and it is swung on, strike 3. Duvall out in front of the changeup, and there's one away. That'll bring the bat of Dansby Swanson to the plate. Bottom half of the Braves order not being able to get anything going tonight. Can Dansby get something going here? That slider by Javier, almost a 15-mile-an-hour difference between his fastball and the slider. So here comes Swanson. Here's the first pitch, and it's a slider way off the plate, and he swings. Well, actually, we'll call that a flail, and it's 0-1. That was nowhere close to it. That was more of a golf swing, a practice golf swing, than it was a baseball swing. Jorge Soler does stand on deck. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Slider missed it way out in front, and it's now 0-2. A little surprising. Here's a little surprising that they're bringing Soler in this early. Still got 2 more innings to go, but they are bringing Soler in to pinch hit. So they may be taking out Jock Peterson. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and popped high and deep down the right field line, twisting. It's going to go foul and out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves trail by just 1 run, hoping to tie this game up. Jorge Soler stands on deck. Swanson with the 0-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep into right field. Going. It is gone, baby. Ramalama, ding dong, zip, boo, bam. The Atlanta Braves have just tied it up. Dansby Swanson roast one into the 3rd or 4th row of right field. And just when you think all hope is lost, Lieutenant Dan comes rolling through. How about that? We got a new ball game in Atlanta, Georgia. The Atlanta Braves have tied it up, and Jorge Soler is coming to the plate. They're dancing in the dugout. They're drinking in the streets of Atlanta, doing the chop. Here we go. 2-2 is your score. The Braves have new life, and you can see it in the dugout. He went with a fastball on the outside part of the plate. We all know who have followed Dansby Swanson in his career. He will take the approach of going outside if you pitch him outside, and he just went with the ball, stuck his foot in the ground, and plowed it over the right field wall. 2-2 is your score. The Astros pitching coach is going out to the mound to talk to Javier. I don't think they're going to do a change. We'll see what happens. That ball just went over the wall, say about 2 rows deep. You see Luke Jackson celebrating in the bullpen as he's getting warm. The Braves have tied it up. And what an incredible at bat by Dansby Swanson. So now, with 1 out in a tie game, here's Jorge Soler, and it's a fastball inside, and it's 1-0. Oh, how Atlanta would love to get a lead here. Leading the series 2-1, a win here would go a long ways to getting the Braves franchise their 4th World Series title. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a slider off the plate. Good pitch by Javier, and it's 1-1. Dansby Swanson coming through, the chop going in Atlanta. Jorge Soler digs in on deck. Eddie Rosario. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a slider below the knees off the plate, and it's 2-1. What a big at bat by Lieutenant Dan. Here comes the 2-1 pitch to Jorge Soler, and it is swung on and roasted into left field over the bullpen wall. It's 3-2. Your Atlanta Braves. Ramalama ding dong, zip boom bam. That ball was crushed like an ant. Oh my word. That was an absolute jackpot, baby. 3-2. Atlanta leads the game, and the place is going bananas. I hope y'all are dancing in your living room or wherever you're at, in the backyard doing backflips. Actually, don't try that. But Atlanta back-to-back solo jacks. We've got a 1-run lead. And 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Look out. And something's going on here where the trainer's out to check on Alvarez. He tried to go over the wall. He wasn't going to get close to catching him, but he did give an effort. And I'm almost, let's see how he lands. Don't want to make light of that because you don't like to see anybody get hurt. As he leans down, it almost, he bangs his right knee into the cage. If you're familiar with that bullpen wall out in left field, that's a double in most parks. He slammed into the cage with his knee. It looks like he's going to stay in. I think they might have just been checking on him because he kind of hobbled, but I think he just banged into that metal cage. Very similar to any kind of a chain link fence that you would have around the house. So they're waiting for everyone to get set again, but it does look like Yordan Alvarez is okay. Soler, the moment he swung that bat, he chucked it and knew he had at least hit it off the wall. and it went over the wall. He didn't slow down. He was starting his run, and you ought to see, the entire Braves dugout, but then Dansby Swanson come flying around. He come flying out of the dugout. I don't think he just wanted to find someone to hug or something. Atlanta leads at 3-2. They're going to make a pitching change. We'll stay here with you to set the scene. They've got the chop going. They're going to go to break, so I'm going to go ahead and take that quick break. When we come back, the Astros are going to the pen. The Braves lead at 3-2.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The winning run of Ozzie Albies. He got a pretty good jump and flew under the tag, picked the perfect pitch to go on. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Here's the swung on, and it is roped down the line. It's going to rattle around, and oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzie Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word, the first pitch, and it is absolutely scoop-a-doop down the line. How about that? How about that? The Atlanta Braves whole comeback and score a run in the ninth inning, bottom of the ninth, and walk it off. This team has more lives than a cat. We are back here live, and the first pitch from Presley is outside the zone for 1-0. It's a curveball in the dirt. Almost hit Rosario in the legs. The Atlanta Braves lead it by 1. Still some work to do. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Presley, and it is a curveball in the dirt at the knees just below the zone, and it swung on and missed. It's 1-1. Seventeenth time there's been a back-to-back home runs in World Series history. First time the Braves have ever done it. And here's the 1-1 pitch to Rosario. Hanging slider. He bangs it back foul, and we'll do it again at 1-2. That was a pitch that Rosario just missed. You know who's due. He's standing on deck is Freddie Freeman, and he will come to the plate this inning. Ozzie Albies, too, for that matter. Christian Javier has had better outings. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Presley, and swung on and missed, strike 3. And that'll get the second out of the 7th inning, bringing Freddie Freeman to the plate. Atlanta 3, Houston 2 is your score. The Braves have scored 1 in the 6th and 2 in the 7th to take a 3-2 lead. Still a long ways to go in this one, but we've got a fighting chance. Now here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, and it's a fastball high. Freddie does not like it. It's 0-1. Fastball was it's one of those 50-50 pitches. I'd say it was a little high. But the the home plate umpire, Dan Bellino, has been about as inconsistent as they come. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Freddie, and it is swung on and missed. Nice slider by Presley, and it's 0-2. Braves have a 1-run lead, still a long way to go and need to get more than just this. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's a fastball high and at the eye level across the plate, and it's 1-2. Coming up in the Astros eighth inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Freddie. Swung on and missed, strike 3. That'll end the inning, but not before the Braves go back-to-back jacks. Swanson and Soler go deep, and the Braves take a 1-run lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio.
You play to win the game.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed.
Welcome back to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves have come storming back to take a 3-2 lead as we head to the top of the 8th inning. Still a long way to go, but a much happier atmosphere in Atlanta, Georgia right now. Trailing 2-0 the majority of the game. Braves get a run in the bottom of the 6th and then 2 solo shots by Swanson and Soler in the bottom of the 7th to take the lead. If this lead were to hold, the Braves would take a 3-1 lead, and the Astros would be thinking quite a bit about all those men left on base in the early innings. We've got a long way to go, and we've got Luke Jackson heading to the mound. Here's the first pitch by Jackson to Diaz, and it is swung on and missed. Curveball. Luke Jackson, a 5.87 ERA in the postseason, has done better in this World Series. Ledmus Diaz comes to the plate, and an 0-1 pitch to Diaz is off the plate. It's 1-1. Fastball missing off the plate and at the knees. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Luke, and it's a fastball inside right in his kitchen, and it's 1-2. Diaz, Maldonado, and Altuve are due up in this inning. Altuve already gone deep in this game. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on, just got a piece of it, hits it foul. Looked like the curveball, a little bit inside, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Unbelievable game so far by both teams. It's been a good series all in all. The last two nights have been on the edge of your seat kind of stuff. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is in the dirt. Looked like the slider banged way in the dirt, right out in front, easy to lay off, and it's 2-2. AJ Minter is warming up in the bullpen if there's any trouble in the Houston 8th. So though Atlanta would like to not use Minter, here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a slider off. He went, and they're going to say he didn't go. Both Luke Jackson and Darno thought for sure he went. He dove at that ball, and they're going to call it a non-swing. Terrible call by the first base umpire, McClinsky. He was in the NLCS and did that a couple of times there too. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it is roasted foul. Curveball once again. We'll do it again at 3-2. Terrible call by Mike McClinsky. He dove out in front of that pitch and swung. And how he did not call that a strike, I do not know. Maldonado stands on deck. Here comes the 3-2 pitch from Luke Jackson. Curveball, and it's banged foul again by Diaz. It's 3-2. That curveball's hanging a little bit, dialing up a little too much. You hope he doesn't get burned. Jackson asked for another ball. So we'll do it again here at a 3-2 count. Atlanta leads it by just one run. Here's the 3-2 pitch by Jackson. Swung on, and it is fouled again. Curveball, bottom of the zone that gets pulled foul. Same pitch. And it's 3-2. Braves trying to keep the tying run off base. Standing in room only at Truist Park. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Swung on and roasted by Diaz. And in deep into left field. Caught by Rosario. That ball looked like it had a lot more mileage on it. I don't know if the wind got a hold of it or what happened there, but it died about 3 strides before the track. Had one of those swings that you typically see in the highlight reels where you're like, I know that's gone. But thankfully it stayed in the park. And that'll bring Martin Maldonado, who's 1 for 3 on the night with a single. First pitch is a curveball in the dirt, taken for a ball, and it's 1-0. The dangerous bat of Altuve looms on deck. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a curveball at the knees on the outside part of the plate. Called for a strike, and it's 1-1. It's a final in Columbus. Ohio State holds on to beat Penn State 33-24. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, strike 2. 96-mile-an-hour cheese up around the letters. Jackson working a lot faster than he normally does on the mound. Usually a good sign for Jackson. But once again, the dangerous bat of Jose Altuve in the heart of the lineup is due up. The Braves will see the heart of the lineup before this game ends. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a fastball off the plate 96 miles an hour, and it's 2-2. Atlanta 3, Houston 2. 2 outs away from getting out of this inning, bringing the Braves bats back up. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Maldonado, and it is a fastball inside, and he takes it for ball 3. It's a full count once again. Good job of holding off that pitch by Maldonado. And here's a 3-2 pitch to Maldonado. You got to figure if he gets on, they'll put a pinch runner on. Here's Maldonado's going to ask for time, and he'll get it. So he'll step out of the box, reset. Last thing you want to do is put that tying run on. So whatever Jackson's going to dial up here, it needs to be coming at him. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. It was a curveball in the dirt. Maldonado is cursing himself as he's heading back to the dugout. He knows he swung at ball 4 and it wasn't even close. Ooh, bullet dodge there, because if he holds off on there and they put him on, they're going to put Siri or McCormick or somebody on base, most likely Siri. So that'll bring the dangerous bat of Jose Altuve to the plate. If he gets on, it's Brantley, and I believe if we see Brantley tonight in this inning, you're going to see A.J. Minter tonight. Jose Altuve 2 for 4 with a home run, and it's a curveball, and he was hitting dead red, and it is long, it is deep, it is caught at the wall by Rosario. He slams into the wall and makes the catch. That ball, the way Altuve was dancing around, he thought that ball was gone. It was in the same area as the home run by Soler, and it looked like a home run. And the ball just died, and Rosario makes one heck of a catch at the wall. That'll do it. We head to the bottom of the 8th. It might be in the stars and the moons tonight, y'all. The Braves lead at 3-2. We head and grab the bats next.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Make 2021 your year. Learn with purpose with the Great Courses Plus. You'll have unlimited access to enlightening, engaging, in-depth video and audio courses on hundreds of topics taught by incredible professors. And you can learn anywhere, anytime with the Great Courses Plus app. What purpose awaits you? Find out today with a free trial. Sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio. Remember, thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, hit high and deep into center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Rama-lama, ding dong. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4 on the bat of Freddie Freeman. The crowd is going bananas. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Holy cow, what a way to end the top of the 8th. And I kid you not, I thought that ball was leaving the yard. And I guarantee you when they ask Altuve about it later, he's going to say he thought he left the yard. because the way he was jogging, and you can usually tell by the way the batters react on whether or not they really got a hold of one, and he was doing a home run trot. And you could tell he was amazed that that ball was caught. I don't know if the wind knocked it down, what happened, but my word. And then the incredible catch by Rosario at the wall. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie from Presley, and it's a curveball in the dirt, missing for a strike, missing for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozzie, you talk about someone who's due. He's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, 250 in the postseason, has yet to go yard. Only 2 RBIs, not Ozzie Albies like. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Ozzie, and it's a curveball in the dirt. We'll do it again at 2-0. The fact the Braves are doing all this with Ozzie Albies, the 3-hitter, not realistically doing anything in these playoffs with the bat. Now he's came in big with base running, has gotten on timely, but normally he's a part of this hit parade. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Ozzie, swung on, fouled back 93 miles an hour on the outer part of the plate, and it's 2-1. Keep waiting for him to break out of it. If he breaks out of it, the Astros are going to be in trouble. But you tend to get that in the World Series. You're facing elite teams. You're facing top line pitching. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and swung on, fastball in his kitchen, hit foul down the first base line, and we'll do it again. It's now 2-2. Will Smith looms in the bullpen. Will Smith will be facing the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, so most likely Brantley, Bregman, and Alvarez, the heart of the Houston lineup. Would love to get another run here. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a curveball in the dirt. Ozzie doesn't offer, and it's now 3-2. Austin Riley stands on deck. 2 for 3 on the night. Austin Riley with an RBI in the 6th inning, a double. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Ozzie, and he takes for ball 4. Good eye by Ozzie. More than one way to contribute. And he takes a stroll down the first base line, and there's the leadoff runner is on to start the bottom of the 8th inning. It was a jumping catch by Rosario at that wall, and then he banged into the wall. Considering how these playoffs started, and he had that bad play against Milwaukee. Look at Altuve. They showed a picture of him looking at the dugout and basically mimicking over, I just missed it. Talking about the ball that he hit. Here's a ball fired over to first base to keep Ozzie close. He dives back into first. And Austin Riley digs in 2 for 3, 2 singles, an RBI. Here's the first pitch to Riley. It's a fastball inside. He fouls it back. And it's 0-1. Riley looking to try to get Ozzie home. A 2-run lead would be huge. And Ozzie's leading off. They fire back over to first. He's safe under the tag. Presley making it pretty close on the throws over there. Not just going through the motions. Here's the 0-1 pitch by Presley, and he fires it inside, almost hits Riley. Riley gets out of the way, and it's 1-1. Not only did that almost hit Riley, it almost hit his bat as well. Thankfully, did not hit his hands. Braves have been through enough this season. The last thing they need is an injury to Riley. They'll start playing the MASH theme song when the Braves come out on the field. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Presley, and it is a curveball in the dirt. Might have been the slider, and it's 2-1. Way on the outside part of the plate. Atlanta 3, Houston 2. Albies on first with the leadoff walk. Here's a 2-1 pitch, and it is swung on and missed. Slider off the plate, and it's 2-2. Riley was definitely looking for something to drive, probably the fastball. Yimi Garcia is warming up in the bullpen for the Astros. They don't want to burn Graveman if they don't have the lead. They would be setting this up. I think Presley only comes out if the Braves get a couple of runs on them. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Fastball right down Main Street, and Riley missed it. There's one away in the Atlanta 8th. Yimi Garcia, the right-hander, we've seen him a few times already. They'd be holding on to Graveman for a possibility of either a tie game late or a lead. So the Braves are hoping they don't see Graveman at all tonight. Save whatever you got for next year, because the Braves can win tonight. You never know how that avalanche could hit. They could be flying high tomorrow night with a chance to win it all, but we're still a long ways away from that. Here's the first pitch to Jocktober as he does stay in the game. I'd say this is the last you'll see of Jock Peterson in the 9th. You'll probably get Heredia going to center and Duvall sliding over to right. Presley has stepped off a few times. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball right down the pipe, taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. Jock Peterson, talking to Blue, thinks he thought that might have been a little high. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Oh, 1 to Jocktober is swung on and fouled down the line. 95 miles an hour fastball. Do it again. Now 0-2. Ozzie still stands on first. Anything in the gap, you know Ron's going to send Ozzie. Fired over to first to keep Ozzie close. He's underneath the throw, and he leads off first again. Presley has definitely been paying attention to Ozzie. You hope for that to get in his head, get him distracted a bit, and maybe Jock can get into one. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Jock, and it's a slider in the dirt, just banged foul. Just got a piece of that. We'll do it again at 0-2. Presley about to throw the 23rd pitch of the night. Diaz came in defensively for Gurriel, so he's playing first base. Here's the 0-2 to Jock. Swung on and fouled. Just got a piece of that one. That one kind of ricocheted off his leg a little bit. And we'll do it again at 0-2. Might have hit him in the wallet. Seems to be okay. On deck, Travis d'Arnaud. He wants a chance to make that right. staring at that third strike. If you're just joining us, Travis d'Arnaud, the bases were loaded earlier. He stared at strike 3. You know he'd love to have that back. This could be a much bigger lead by Atlanta right now. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and ripped foul. Looked like the curveball, and he absolutely sizzled that towards the Braves dugout. Breaking the action for a second while Blue gets a handful more of fresh baseballs. So you got an 0-2 count to Jock Peterson. Ozzie Albies leads off first. Anything in the gap's a run. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a fastball in the dirt. Held up by Jock, and it's now 1-2. Braves 3, Houston nothing. We'll be back here tomorrow night for Game 5. First pitch is 8:15 Eastern. Pre-game show comes on at about 7:30. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Peterson, and it's a curveball, and it hits Jock in the foot. He doesn't appear to be injured. He's fine. It hit the ground, and they just basically clipped Jock's foot at the same time. So that's a hit batter, and he heads to first. Actually, it actually hit the ground first and ricocheted. So Jock heads to first. They're going to pinch run Jock. I think they'll probably they're going to put Heredia in. I thought we might finally see Gore, but Heredia is going to come in as he's going to replace Jock in the outfield anyways. So runners on first and second with speed on the base paths. There's one away, and Travis d'Arnaud gets retribution as Atlanta trying to get something going here in the bottom of the 8th, get a lead, pad the lead. Here's a first pitch, and it's on the outside. Slider just missed, and it's 1-0. Michael chiming in saying 10 of the 18 home runs by the Braves this postseason were done by players at the deadline. That's because the rest of the guys have been on the IR. You got no other choice. Good tidbit from Michael. Thanks for putting that in the thread. 1-0 delivery, getting ready for d'Arnaud as he stepped out of the box. We're ready now. And here's the delivery. It's a slider on the outside part of the plate, right at the knees, and it's 1-1. Good pitch by Presley. A safety to the outfield would surely score Albies. Anything in the gap or down the line testing the arm of Alvarez. Here's the 1-1 pitch. It's a slider low and outside, and it's 2-1. That would most likely score Heredia. As Alvarez is in there to swing the bat. Big, young, talented left-hander is not known for his defense. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it swung on and popped up high, but out of play over the first base dugout about 6 rows back. And we'll do it again. Even count, 2-2. Braves 2 wins away from a World Series, the second one in Atlanta, the 4th overall, if it were to happen in Braves history. Now, the Braves have several pennants that they won pre-World Series era. So as far as world championships go, here is a 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed strike 3. d'Arnaud just could not get a piece of that slider that was bending at the knees. Just dropped. Nice pitch by Presley. You see why he's their guy. And Adam Duvall comes to the plate. Should be noted, Presley, 31 pitches on the night. So win, lose, or draw, you can't imagine he'll have much left for tomorrow. Presley, typically their closer, he does trade that back and forth with Graveman, so they would have a closer available. You would think Presley would have to be held out in the hopes that they could get back to Houston and give him a day off, 2 days off. Here's the first pitch to Duvall. It's a fastball in the dirt outside, and it's 1-0. Duvall, and if anyone else, Duvall can get on, Lieutenant Dan will be back at the bat. Braves lead it by 1. Will Smith is warmed and ready in the bullpen. We'd love to get an extra run here, get some breathing room. 2 more would be fabulous. 3 would be heaven right now as the Braves lead by just 1. We know how dangerous that Houston offense is. There's a delay as Presley keeps stepping off the mound. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Presley to Duvall, and swung on and popped up high. It's a can of corn over on the third base side, and it'll stay fair. Bregman's got it, and that'll end the threat. So we'll head to the top of the 9th inning. The Braves are 3 outs away from taking a 3-1 lead. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Braves Baseball.
You're a cop, huh? No, what I am, Sonny, is about 50 pounds heavier and one hell of a lot meaner, so you better straighten up your act. I don't think I like you.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark!
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the end, it's got the distance.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. And that's marvelous. But you can apply those same 3 criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves Baseball. As the Atlanta Braves are 3 outs away from taking a 3-2 series lead, which would be huge, with Game 5, a possible closeout game in Atlanta tomorrow night. Real quick on the ACC scoreboard in college football, NC State over Louisville 28-13. Syracuse beats Boston College 21-6. Wake Forest pounds Duke 45-7. Clemson gets a late garbage touchdown to beat Florida State 30-20, which the reason why that is important, the line was 9.5 at kickoff. And Virginia Tech 26-17 winners over Georgia Tech. Miami beats Pittsburgh, and Notre Dame holds on and beats North Carolina 44-34. What a game. So here comes Will Smith to start off the ninth to face Michael Brantley. The first pitch is in the dirt, not even close, and it's ball one. Adam Duvall does go to right field and Heredia to center. Atlanta trying to get out of this game. A game you can probably say, you can argue that they stole. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on and missed out of the zone by Brantley. And it's 1-1. One pitch from Will Smith to Brantley. Darnold sets up outside and swung on and hit foul. Now 1-2 to Michael Brantley. Brantley, Bregman, and Yordan Alvarez do up the heart of the Houston order. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Brantley. And it is a slider in the dirt. No go for Brantley. So it's now 2-2. Brantley never even offered at that. It's that outside slider that Smith likes to go to with 2 strikes. Braves trying to take a 3-1 series lead, lead the game 3-2, top of the 9th inning. Here's the pitch, swung on, and slider inside, fouled back, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Pitch just kind of jammed Brantley a little bit and was hit foul. So a 2-2 pitch. There's not a person sitting in Atlanta. There may not be a person sitting in the state of Georgia, throughout the Southeast. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and slider, banged foul. Do it again at 2-2. Two pitch to Brantley. So they had to get a new ball and they're resetting. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. All eyes on the plate and inside fastball taken by Michael Brantley. And it's now a full count, 3-2. 3-2 count to Brantley from Smith. Here comes the payoff pitch. Darnold sets up outside, and it's fastball at the knees. Strike 3. Yak him. He got caught watching the paint dry, and he knew it. There was no argument by Michael Brantley. He just walked to the dugout. And a huge first out. You get a leadoff runner with nobody out, and the percentages go up big time in scoring. Enormous first out. Great pitch by Smith. That brings Alex Bregman to the plate. Dangerous right-hander. First pitch swung on and popped up, It's a can of corn. Mr. Ozzy Albies underneath it. He'll squeeze it. Almost dropped it. Juggled it a little bit. That's out number 2. Can we get 2 hands on the glove in the World Series, Mr. Ozzy? So there's 2 away. That'll bring the left-handed bat, but powerful bat of Yordan Alvarez. He's 0 for 2 tonight with 2 walks. 0 for 1 lifetime versus Will Smith. That just means that guy is due. One of the best young left-handed power hitters in the game. Hold your breath, cross what you got, whatever superstition you have. Tie it, twist it, hold it, turn it. Here's the first pitch from Will Smith, and it is a slider at the knees for a strike. Yordan Alvarez taking, and it's 0-1. Good pitch by Smith. Here's the 0-1 pitch by Will Smith to Alvarez, and it is a slider on the outside part of the plate. Strike 2. Strike 2. And the Braves fans are trying to will Will Smith to another postseason save. They're jumping. They're dancing. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Here's the delivery, and it is a slider off the plate and in the dirt, way outside, and it's 1-2. Astros down to their last strike in this game. Braves lead the series 2-1. We will be back, win, lose, or draw, tomorrow night for game number 5. We'll have every pitch of the World Series here on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Please like and subscribe. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And fastball inside. Almost got Alvarez on the arm, and it's now 2-2. Don't want to mess around here. Don't want to give Alvarez a hitter's count. Here's the 1-2 pitch as Darnold sets up outside. And the delivery swung on 95 miles an hour, fouled back and out of play, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Braves just 1 out away from taking a 3-1 series lead. What a huge advantage that would be for Atlanta. Have a chance to close it out tomorrow night. And somewhere the commissioner's twisting in the wind. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And it is swung on, grounded to Freddie Freeman. Freddie's got it. He scoots it, scoots on the pillow, and we got game number 4 in the bag. The Atlanta Braves just took a 3-1 series lead in the World Series, baby. Great outing by Will Smith. Outstanding job by the bullpen as a whole. You cannot talk about how great this bullpen has been all postseason long. And Atlanta Braves win it 3-2. They take a 3-1 series lead. A closeout game tomorrow night. And he wasn't used tonight, remember. There's a good chance Minter opens that game tomorrow night. Atlanta Braves are 1 win away from the 4th World Series championship in franchise history, the 2nd in Atlanta. We'll be back tomorrow night, 8:15 Eastern, for first pitch. Pregame comes on about a half hour before, and we'll get you set for game number 5. And it could be the last game of the 2021 Major League Baseball season. For Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel, I'm Mac McGee. We'll see you tomorrow morning on the Fantasy Football Show. Anyone that does that, 10 a.m. Eastern. If not, tomorrow night, will be here. The Atlanta Braves beat the Houston Astros 3-2 after trailing 2-0, scoring 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th off of solo shots by Dansby Swanson and Jorge Soler, and an outstanding job by Kyle Wright and the rest of the Atlanta bullpen. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. Crack one open. We're just a win away from winning it all.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field, marring the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. If I'm audible, I'll use
Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Buda Raiders!
Red Lion! Omaha!
Come out!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit.
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Me out to the ball game. Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game.
Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and like, look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. And see, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are gonna melt, and we're all gonna, No, we're not.